Welcome to the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park. It's round number 3 of the South Australian Motor Racing Championship. As you saw there, Australian Formula 4 revived after a number of years. That will be on later on this afternoon, but before that we've got plenty of local categories to sink our teeth into. And speaking of well-known locals, Mark Nancaro sits alongside me. How are you, mate? Good to be here.
Very good afternoon to you, Dan, and it's great to be back here at this marvellous complex here at Shell V Motorsport Park. And you can see on our screen there, welcome all aboard on live stream. We're all ready to go. You can see we've got our Alfa Romeo race coming up first on our schedule here on a Saturday afternoon. Lots of different categories to get through. Obviously MG invited. We've got 2 lots of XLs here. We've got obviously the XL Masters and also the Trophy class. We'll talk about that a little bit through the afternoon. Prototypes have got a very exciting group coming up here also throughout the afternoon as well. And of course the main ones, of course, with the reintroduction of Australian Formula 4 here into this country. And we're all very pumped for that and very excited to be a part of that.
Absolutely.
And of course, great to see the MARC cars here also and invited class here, which will finish off the afternoon's proceedings here for their endurance event for 1 hour. So they're the things that we're looking forward to for today and also for tomorrow. And also that brings, well, that's the end of that schedule for today, but we're about to start things off, and I'm about to actually jump out of the chair because we've got Michael to come aboard and introduce us to a new category here to the bend, and we haven't seen here before, and of course it's our group of Alfa Romeos, which we're all looking forward to. We saw them in qualifying this morning, and a very varied and exciting group of race cars. So we'll get Michael in the chair in just a few moments when we'll bring those cars back out on the track. There's a great view there, of course, the main straight here at the Bend Motorsport Park, nearly a kilometre long here. That's the first half of it, looking towards pit lane there, in case you're not too familiar, and plenty of spectators standing on top of the sky deck here on the top of the main complex building here at the Bend. So that's a great viewing spot up there, and it's good to see a few people and spectators also involved. Let's have a look here at where we are, Dan, and tell us exactly where we are.
Yes, we are at the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park, just a little bit further south of Tailem Bend. 18 turns, 4.95 kilometres, lots of action zones on this track. We could almost highlight the entire thing as we see the long pit straight you were just talking to down into the really tight turn number 1. You can go a couple wide through there and around turns 2 and 3 as we see the prototypes last year did just that. Then pretty quick through turns 4 and 5 and then down into the tight turn 6 hairpin. Great overtaking opportunity. We've seen plenty of incidents and accidents there. Then it's the never-ending right-hander. There's a few of them. Turns 8, 9, 10. And then the cutback chicane, 11, 12. Then the really blind corner, this one. You come up the road, you can really see from the XLs just how blind it is over the crest at turn 13. Then into the tight sort of stadium section feel of 14, 15, 16. Another good overtaking opportunity down here at turn 17, and then finish the lap with the fast flowing turn 18. We've seen already a couple of mistakes here earlier on today, so it's a great little track, or quite a long track really I should say, opened back in 2018. Hard to believe, Mark, that it's already been 6 years.
6 years indeed. We just saw the track record that was there by John Magro in a Formula 3 car in 2019. And as we speak, we can see our Alfa Romeos making their way out on track, and I'll just step aside and we'll put Michael on the headset in just a moment.
Thank you very much, Mark. Yes, we'll see you shortly after this 6th lap encounter. So I am Dan McCarthy, alongside me is Michael Masaseki. And yes, we've seen the Alfa Romeos hit the racetrack for the very first time. A good number of cars, Michael, here this weekend for you guys.
Yeah, look, it's a fantastic turnout. A lot of the guys have made the effort to come from Sydney and New South Wales to be here. The Alfa guys are really enjoying the facilities here. The hotel is absolutely fantastic. We're sort of not used to this, having such a facility down in New South Wales, but really enjoy travelling to South Australia to be here.
So we'll have a look at the grid now. So Simon Grierson comes out of pole position in his GT V6. Alongside him will be Carmelo Mirabella. Beyond that, Bill Magofin and Peter Tillett. I'll let you talk through the rest of the grid.
Yep, we've got James Ashby in position 5, Alfie Musamichi in position 6, Brad Wilson in 7, Peter Axford in 8. And just to note that some of the front runners are running different cars who've got different categories. within the field. So we've got some of the faster guys running V6s and some turbos. Some of the guys at the back, so you've got David McKee, Bruce Field, John Burkhart, Rick McGoffin rounding out 9 through 12, running twin sparks. You've got Robert McKee, Richard McKee, Ray Pignataro, David Perkin. They're running twin sparks, and then you've got Perkin in a GTV6 and Ray in a Sud TI. Now the twin sparks is a very tight field. You'll notice when you look at the live stream that these guys will be tussling it out through the midfield. They're very quick through the back section of the circuit, through the tight corners. Some of the larger, heavier cars struggle to make it through those turns, but the twin sparks definitely suit their cars through there.
Absolutely. Everyone weaving left and right, trying to get temperature into the tyres. Good range of cars in just the first couple of positions. GTV6, 147, and then the more modern Giulietta just behind that in the top 3. So yeah, good variety throughout this field. We'll talk you through the different classes. Blendline TV, as always, have come up with a great graphic to showcase the 5 different classes that are within this category this weekend. And there it is on cue on the left-hand side. But we'll talk you through what all the different colours and things mean as the race progresses. 6 laps or 20 minutes the duration of this one. So looking forward to this, as we say. Great field of cars, good variety, and what a gorgeous day as well.
Absolutely. Some of the things to watch out for: Simon Grierson in position 1 has lost first gear, so he'll be taking off in second gear, so that'll be one to watch out for.
That'll be a challenge.
Absolutely. Carl Mirabella will definitely be looking to take pole position off the start, so we'll definitely keep an eye on that. That's the blue 147 GTA. With Bill McGoffin, will definitely also be up there looking to get inside of Simon, considering the second gear start. You've got Simon running a 3.2 litre GTA motor with a 3.2 displacement. Carl Mirabella's also with a 3.2 litre V6 24 valve. Bill McGoffin in position 3 is running a 1.7 turbo in the Giulietta. You've got a twin spark up in position 4, Peter Tillett. It's a very fast twin spark car. And position 5, just for a little bit of difference, you've got a little 105 GDV, which is an absolutely amazing car. And you don't really see too many of those racing just due to the value of them.
Giving up a little bit of track position there, probably about, I'd say nearly a metre is Mirabella there, but if the car alongside you hasn't got first gear, more than likely you will get the advantage anyway. Great to be here in South Australia. First time Blendline TV here with the South Australian Motor Racing Championship. We were here for Super Trofeo round last year, but this is the first proper state round, and it is a great start from the 707 machine, and as we predicted, with no first gear, the 777 is plummeting backwards through the field. He'll find himself towards the tail end of the top 10 even before he gets down to turn number 1, so it's going to be catch-up from there. He did set a great time in qualifying, so I expect him to fly back through at least the first few positions, but it is the 707 that leads into turn 1. Sideways a little bit, side by side a little bit further back. That's Parkin. He's made a blinding start from well outside the top 10. He's in and around the top 5 already.
He is absolutely. Another one to look out for, the blue GTV, which is coming on screen now. Alfio Musamichi went from 6th position to 2nd off the start, so absolutely amazing start. Peter Tillett in 3rd. And yeah, that number 33 of David Perkin has had an amazing start to round us out there.
Here he goes, he's going up the inside of the old little Alfa, and he's made it stick down into the hairpin. Now on the tail of Tillett. Hard to believe that Tillett started the race in 4th position. As they exit the corner, look at the speed of the GTV6.
And here comes Simon Grierson. He definitely wants to make his way back through the field considering that start.
And is doing so at a rapid rate or not. So he's now honed straight away in on the back of Parkin, but the front couple of vehicles have absolutely bolted. Mirabella and McGoffin have taken off, and they have good few second margin already around the backside of the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park.
Yeah, well, Grierson will have a look here, and look, he won't die wondering. He'll certainly make the move, and he'll definitely make it stick if he, look, he's made it there.
Yeah, it does so quite easily. I imagine, particularly in a GTV6, once you've done the start, you won't need first gear on any of these corners, I wouldn't think.
No, look, I've had a drive yesterday, and I personally would say that the lowest gear you'd be in would be 3rd. Some of the guys say they do crack 2nd coming onto the the corner before the straight, which would be 17, I believe. But otherwise, it's a third gear, fourth gear, fifth gear circuit for those guys.
Yeah, it is a real fast-flowing circuit here in South Australia. Only about an hour's drive from the capital in Adelaide, so not too far away at all, as we can see. Bruce Field running strongly at the moment. I think he also has made up a few positions on this opening lap. That's the number 67 machine that we can see hounding the tail of Axford just ahead as they come onto the pit straight to complete lap number 1. Pretty tight between the top two at the end of that first lap. Mirabella to Musumeci, only half a second, but then beyond that, 2.5 seconds to McGoffin, and then the recovering Grierson from pole up to 4th position. How quickly can Grierson catch up to McGoffin ahead?
Look, we need to keep our eyes on Simon there to see how he goes, but over the course of a 6-lap race here, look, we should see him start to put some pressure on Bill in position 3 and possibly move up to the top 2. We'll have to wait and see.
This car on the screen, 65, Richard McKee, I saw in one of the practice sessions yesterday, got towed back into the lane, but good to see that's being repaired and back out onto the racetrack here this afternoon. As you can see, the race leaders, 2 very different machines, but both of them blue. That's about the only real similarities between them.
Yeah, absolutely. You're looking at an 04 GTA and a 1983 GDV. The GDA running the 3.2 V6 and the GDV behind running a 2-litre turbocharged engine. So, yeah, very, very different vehicles.
I can see Tillage, who started all the way up in 4th position in the little 147, has come into the lane at the end of lap number 1, so a disastrous start there. But
we could see Simon there in the background starting to approach the top 2 cars, so he's definitely getting himself back out there. He's not letting that second gear start get him down too much.
Absolutely not. And Musumeci has closed the margin now. He will be lining up a move around these next couple of corners. Will he try at turn 17? Will he be a bit more patient and try and make a move on the at the end of the very long straight down at turn number 1? He's having a look at turn 17, but thinks better of it far too far back on this particular occasion. It would have been a lunge and a half from back there. As we can see, the race leader cocking up a wheel, the right rear lifting up around the tight turn number 17. But this is where the GTV6 is going to be hard to keep behind. Onto the main straight to complete lap number 2. I expect number 5 to blast by, and is going to do so, but 3 seconds faster on that lap. The 777, the car behind, that's the one to look for, the red machine. But it is Musumeci who takes the lead down into turn number 1. Nicely executed manoeuvre, and he will try and break away before Grierson also makes that move on Mirabella. But good racing up the front early on.
Yep, and stretching the legs of that turbo, obviously, taking advantage of that down the straight rather than trying to stress the car, making big dive bombs or jumping under brakes. Definitely using that car to its advantage.
Absolutely.
And you can see Simon just behind Carl there, putting the pressure on, 3 seconds faster a lap, or on that last lap, I should say. So he'll definitely be putting the pressure on Carl this lap around.
In fact, there he is, showing the nose on the left-hand side of the shot. Absolutely, really throwing it in there, but not close enough this time through. Really tight corner, that one, quite deceiving. It feels a lot longer than your standard hairpin. Trying to get the power down as well is tricky before these flowing right-handers. Brilliant section, of course, falls away from you, as you can see, down the hill, and then rises back up on that final right-hander. Then the flick left, and then the 180 radius, the long sweeping right-hander. Glorious course, this one. Really built for these sort of European machines.
Yeah, but you can see Alfa, they got a little bit out of shape coming out of that corner, and that's the thing with these turbo cars. Obviously, rear-wheel drive, quite a bit of power to put down coming out of the corners, so you want to try and not get on it too early. Otherwise, you do risk that the rear end is going to come around on you, and we just saw that out of that corner.
Here he is applying the pressure now. Is he going to have a look down at turn number 15? Certainly had a good think there, but instead decides to get the better run out of turn 15 and down the hill towards turn number 17. Is he going to have a look? Look at the sun glistening on the bonnet of the 777 machine. Great camera shot brought to us by Blendline TV. Oh, yeah.
Strips.
Yeah, it really unsettled the car there, didn't it?
Yeah, look, he's on the edge, and Simon is always a driver that is on the edge. Most times he won't, as I said before, he won't die wondering, Simon. He'll definitely have a go where he can.
Oh, no. That's not good, is that Field?
I think that's Bruce Field that's parked off the side of track at the moment.
So Bruce Field was running 8th at the end of the second lap, but obviously he's going to plummet down the order. Being stuck, he's around the backside of the circuit, turns 12, 13, that sort of section.
Looks like he's had a mechanical issue. Doesn't seem that the car is hit in any way. Seems like he's just parked it off the track with a mechanical drama.
Absolutely. Yourself, you were meant to be competing this weekend, and you've had a few mechanical issues yourself.
That's correct. Unfortunately, the car wasn't ready. We had it on the dyno on Wednesday, and the shifter failed, so we couldn't get it tuned up, ready to come out. Just got a new engine put into it, so yeah, just a bit unfortunate, but at least that way I can be in the commentary box helping out to ensure that we do our category a bit of justice.
Absolutely, and speaking of a bit of justice, trying to make up for lost ground, the 777 surely not going to go the long way around these right-handers. No, slots back in behind. I think that is a good decision. He swung it to the inside. That's a brave move. He's made it stick. Great pass from Grierson. He's 1.5 seconds behind the race leader at the end of that last lap. He's seeing Musumeci pulling away at the front of the field. He knows he's got to make that move because time is ticking. 11 minutes on the clock. Using all the grass on the inside of the course there as well. But it's two GTV6s now at the front of this field. Grierson was certainly losing time in behind Mirabella there, but now he's in clear space. He's only looking ahead now.
Yeah, look, he's freed himself of the 147 GTA of Mirabella, but unfortunately he's not going to make up any time on these straights. He will need to make up all the time in the back sweeping turns and hairpins. That's where that car is extremely fast. But yeah, you'll find that, as Alfio has demonstrated already, that he will pull away with the turbo legs down the straight.
I just want to say we saw Bruce Field. It was confirmed. I can confirm Bruce Field, as you can see, dropped to the back of the pack that was stopped on the side. But really good heads-up driving. Oh, two wheels through the grass on the outside. Using all of the road and much, much more is Grierson at the moment. But yeah, Bruce Field got his car out of the way. We can continue racing under green, which is great.
Absolutely.
Yeah, really good thinking from him. So Grierson, that lap through, despite making the pass, is only a couple of tenths slower than the race leader. So the margin is slightly extended to 1.7 seconds. But now it's a straight shootout. 10 minutes down, 10 minutes to go. The fastest two cars at the front of the field. We're looking now at the little Giulietta, who's second in that particular category. Do you want to talk us through the different classes that we've got? We've got the 5 different classes out there. That's what all the different colours indicate. So yeah, talk us through, Michael, the different categories that we have.
Absolutely. So you'll see on your screen there's 5 colour categories. Red is Class A, which is an invited class with modifications that don't comply with the other classes. So those cars are usually a little bit faster, and you can see that Simon Grierson and Alfio Musumeci in first and second in that class.
Someone's facing the wrong way there, coming the other direction.
Car off. I missed the number of that one.
There we are.
Oh, Simon's had a lose. So he'll drop back a few positions. Unfortunately for Simon, he was on the edge there and obviously just ran it a little bit too hard.
Yeah, trying his best as much as he can to catch up to the leader, and in doing so, it's made an unforced error. I just saw a car coming in the opposite direction and couldn't quite work out what I was looking at. It looks like Musumeci has also lost a bit of ground as well, because Mirabella's really honed in here, so not sure if there's a bit of an off-track, off-camera pass or something that failed, but the 707 is right back into contention here.
Yeah, look, if he has the chance, he'll definitely get it back up there. He's obviously got it back on track now and running, so yeah, we should be hopefully see him a little bit later on approach these front runners. But to continue with the classes, the next class you'll see, which includes Cara Mirabella and also Bill McGoffin, is the grey class, which is Class N. So that's the modern Alphas, which you'll see the 2004 GTA and also the 2013 Giulietta. The next class you'll see down is the green class, which is Class S, which includes Group S classes, which are 105 GTVs and the GTV 6s.
Here we go. This might answer the question. No, just didn't seem to slow down. Then he's gone down the escape road and then performed a flick spin. That's a very strange turn of events because it didn't look like he ran that slow, that wide. He seemed to have dispersed all the extra speed. So really not sure what's happened there to Grierson. Hopefully not a mechanical issue.
No, hopefully not. Look, he's back in position 5, and he seems to be continuing on. So let's monitor him through the rest of the race.
Look at this, the 707 was by far the faster of these two last time, around 2.3 seconds faster last time through. The margin, as you can see, it's basically nothing, 4/10 across the line. I reckon it might even be less than that now. A real change in fortunes, but it seemed like Musumeci was just a lot slower that last time through. Here we go, big lunge under brakes, has a real good crack. Can't quite make it on this particular run around the hairpin.
No, he had a look there, but the 147 is certainly quicker on the brakes. But yeah, the GTV just powers out of the corner with the addition of the turbo.
Hearing 2 laps to go, so we're quickly running out of kilometres and corners for the 707 to make the move. Didn't think that was going to happen when Musumeci took the position. I thought he'd break away, and he did for the first couple of laps, but it's all changed now. It's a 707 doing the hounding, and he's got a good run out of what they now call Crofty Corner after he made a big mistake there when he visited the venue a few weeks ago. But around the corner and up around turn number 13 now. Is he close enough? Again, having a look. But just as they get towards the braking points, that GTV 6 Power is coming into its own. Oh, big understeer mid-corner. He's having a lunge still. Oh, this is great racing between the pair. They are both giving it their absolute all. But it's the number 5 holding on at the moment, but they both seem to be struggling for grip. The number 5 limited in the rear, and it seems that the 707 is just understeering a little bit. So one front wheel drive, one rear wheel drive, and you can see it playing out in front of us. But this is where the number 5 stretches its legs. Who's going to be faster this time through? I think it's going to be about 4/10 again as they cross the start-finish line.
Yeah, look, and we can already see the GTV pulling a little bit of distance on the 147 through there at the end of the straight.
Hearing this is the final lap of the race. And in third position, McGoffin, his PB lap last time through in the number 94 machine. So good lap from him in the Giulietta. But where's Grierson? So Grierson's still running in position number 5, but yeah, lost. Whoa, running through 2 wheels through the grass on the outside there is Mirabella. That's cost him heaps of momentum. Look at that margin now. That must have cost him at least a second. And he's run wide there through turn number 5 as well.
A little bit of understeer there with the front wheel drive. Tyres are probably getting a little bit too hot at the moment.
If he doesn't win this race, it's certainly not through a lack of trying. He's given it his all these last couple of laps.
Between Carl and Simon, they certainly have given it their all. And most of the guys do leave it all out there on the track. They're very serious guys. I know we're not one of the top categories, but we certainly leave it all out on the track. There's no lie about that.
I was saying before, Grierson's still out there moving. He's dropping down the timing screen with every car that crosses the line. So maybe not still running. Can't see where that car has come to a stop. But we look back down to another category, some older machines.
Yes, so the next category, you can see a couple of 105 series cars there. The old GTVs, absolutely amazing cars if you have a look at them in the pits. Beautifully kept, worth quite a bit of money these days, so these guys will try and not rub a bit of paint, whereas some of the other guys are more happy to get a bit close in their racing. But no, these cars are absolutely gorgeous and look even better here at the bend.
Here we go, coming to the last couple of corners. Musumeci sliding out sideways once again. Look at the 707, that mid-corner speed, but he's carrying the mid-corner speed and a bit of understeer. This is going right down to the wire. He jinks to the inside. He's not going to be close enough because that straight line speed at the end of the straights. The number 5 just pulls far enough clear. It's going to be a drag race to the line, but I think it's a drag race that is going to go the way of car number 5, barring any big mistake at the final corner, and there isn't one. It is going to be Musumeci who is going to take race number 1 of the weekend here at the Shell V-Power Motorsports Park. A really good encounter in the Alphas. Mirabella certainly through the kitchen sink, and even more probably the dining room table as well at Musumeci, but couldn't make it through. He came home in position number 2 ahead of McGoffin. Here we go further back. 62 up
Look,
the
maybe
inside.
I was lying about what I said before, that these guys didn't want to have close racing. There was certainly a great overtake there. That was moved by car number 62, which is Axford. Absolutely great run there.
And that's for a top 5 position. So Steele's 5th from Ashby at the line. The margin in the end just 0.2 of a second. And notably as well, that was for the class win. Those two, the only one in that particular class.
S.
Yes,
Group
Group
S
S. Yes.
Yeah, that's right. And one class that we didn't really get a great look at was the 147s, but we'll certainly see those a bit later on.
Here we go, the Haltech replay showing us the move from the 62 machine. Great move late under brakes, made it stick, made it look easy, I can assure you.
Bit of oversteer there out of the corner,
That's
but
right.
he was getting the power down.
Good stuff. Brilliant pass from Axford on that final lap as the cars continue to come past the finishing line. It's the other McGoffin. There's a couple of McGoffins out there. That's the number 26 machine crossing the line. And then beyond that, we've got a couple of McKees as well. So good to see a few families coming down in this category as well to South Australia.
We'll talk about that a little bit later in the day. But yeah, we've got I race with my father, and there's also Richard McKee, which races with his 2 sons. And we have other father and son teams that unfortunately couldn't make it this weekend. But yeah, look, the Alpha racing is certainly a family affair. And we have quite a few families out there.
Absolutely, yeah, really good to see. The cars are still continuing to come through. Big field, lots of cars, and a big racetrack. The field can be quite spread out, but in the end, 3 non-finishers or 4 non-finishers with Grierson as well. So
one unfortunate one, Peter Tillett in his 147 Twin Spark. Very quick Twin Spark. He was ahead of the field in terms of qualifying. But unfortunately, look, we didn't get really to see him, but he's had an issue and didn't get to finish the race. But no, that was a very quick car. So the top finishing Twin Spark was David McKee in 7th position, followed by Brad Wilson. So those are 2 quick guys as well in the Twin Spark category.
Here we are, the top 10 in that one. So it was Musumeci who took it by just 7/10 in the end. Bill McGoffin coming home in the end, quite a lonely 3rd position ahead of David Park. And then from there, we saw that great last lap battle. Axford coming out on top, ahead of Ashby. Then David McKee, Brad Wilson, Rick McGoffin, and Robert McKee. Beyond that, the other McKee, Richard McKee, Raymond Pignataro, and then beyond that, the non-finishers, Grierson. Real shame there for the Pulsar not making it to the finish. Burkhart, Field, and Tillett as well. Hopefully we see them back out later on this afternoon. Of course, Alfa Romeos have 4 races rather than what most categories have 3, so 2 races today.
Yeah, that's right. And look, I'll be back in the pits with the guys, so hopefully when we come back for race 2, it's a bit of a different story. We could talk about those cars and what happened once we find out.
Absolutely. Thanks ever so much for that, Michael. We'll take a short break in commentary. Up next, we have MG and invited British sports cars, plus a couple of sports sedans as well. MG's hitting the racetrack. They've already done a large majority of their warm-up lap. MG Racing Australia, round number 2 of their series, started off at Sandown in February, so they've had a few months break until May, but they are back and 8 laps ahead of us. I am Dan McCarthy. Alongside me for the first time properly for a race is Mark Nancaro.
Yeah,
here is the grid in front of us, Mark.
Okay, so let's have a look. We started obviously Phil Chester in the MG BT V8, as we normally would see on pole position. There's a couple of former champions there. Alongside of him is Mike Traffin. Then we go back to Chris Gidney and Jason Holmes. So a few of the open class cars there at the top of the field. The first ever invitationals there, we've got Kim Cole in the Rover Tomcat. It's a pretty cool piece of machinery. Then we go back to Paul Vernal in the ZR Series car. Jason Edwards in the first of the MGFs there. So a big variety of cars here. We've got Jeff St. Cox in another one of the invitation classes in the Triumph TR7. We've got Vince Gigodaro in the the GB galvanising ZR Series car. Gary Gibson in another one of the Triumph GT6 cars, a pretty cool looking car as well. We go back to Greg White in the MGB and a local driver there, John Illingworth in the MGF. So a few MGFs back in the field there. We've got Anthony Volgerbrecht in the MGF, Dave Baggett in the midget, and the other midget there of John Mackham. Dave McKeegan is the only sports sedan in this field. He won't be racing for points for the South Australian Sports Sedan Championship. They've failed to field a field here, so Dave's just going around for a bit of fun. And we go back to Trevor Dumford and a couple of stalwarts, the local SA stalwart there, Rodney Gibb and Jane Vogelbrecht at the back of the field there.
We had to rush through that because they've quickly made it around to the start line.
8 laps here. Just what an interesting look at the pair on the front. They're completely different cars. Obviously Phil Chester there with a big V8 powered, heavily modified Monty Power monster there right alongside there. Of course, the car number 1 there, Mike Traffin, Cole's the number 1 badge for a very good reason, because he has our current MG champion. So 2 champions, multiple champions in the MG series. So that's what you call a top class part of the grid right there.
Absolutely. It's Traffin that gets the initial launch and leads briefly, but he cannot stop the pure horsepower of Chester down in towards turn number 1. Took pole position by 8 seconds. Quite remarkable. If that thing runs faultlessly, I don't think anybody will be seeing that. But further back, it's pretty tight as we go 3 wide down in towards turn number 1. That's Vanilla on the outside of turn 1, inside for turn 2, but the way the bend curves, he's back around the outside for turn number 3.
He's got Kim Cole on the inside. That's one of the invitational cars, the Rover Tomcat there. It's got a very different body shape to any of the other cars in this particular field. It's a 19 car there. That's Chris Gidney. Keep an eye on that hatch too. That's the ZR Series hatch there. 27 car there with Kim Cole. That was the car I just mentioned there, the Rover Tomcat.
That's deep. Oh, he gets it stopped. Did Vanilla? I thought we were going to have a bit of a T-bone, but no. Great judgment there from the veteran MG competitor. A really nice pass down into the turn 6 hairpin as they sweep down the right-handers. I love this section of the track. It's absolutely fantastic and very unforgiving as well.
Yeah, 4 consecutive right-handers of that northern part of the circuit, and then we head right down the back part of the circuit, heading towards turn 11 and 12, where we turn down. There we go. And then it's a downhill dash as we sort of come back inside the main complex here. Triumph car there, which is the Jeff St. John Cox car, the 95 car. Saw him here. They had a state MG round here early in March. He was also here as part of that. So a few of these guys have had a bit of a look at this track earlier in the year.
Almost a practice for this, the National Series round. But yeah, you can see the number 95 machine, as you say, that is John Cox, so in his TR7 V8. Good start from him. He's overtaken several much newer MGs. Of course, it is MG and invited British sports cars, we should stress.
Typical Triumph, of course, built with a small block 3.5 litre V8 motor in those cars. Very strong race car. It's Kim Cole on the screen. That's the 27 car. That's the Rover. lead is Phil Chester. We saw Phil Chester also here at a state round in early March as well. And just as we saw in the qualifying this morning, dominated right from the very start and virtually put a whole lap on the whole field, which was a little bit of a smaller field at the first day round.
Yeah.
But he was extremely dominant. Good to see Mike Trafford also back here for this round. And another guy that's also would be fairly familiar with this track is Jason Holmes in the ZR Series bright canary yellow car as well.
Holmes just took second position down in towards turn number 1 with the straight line horsepower, getting through on the reigning champion, and so makes that move for second position. But already they've lost sight of Chester 4 seconds down the road. That's the second a kilometre around this place, or pretty close to anyway. So a brilliant first lap from Chester. Trathen the last couple of years has taken the title, 2022 and 2023, done that through pure consistency. While others have fallen around him, he's racked up the points and put together a brilliant title challenge, and has ended up taking the championship off Chester and some, you'd argue, much faster machines. So Trathen, consistency pays in motorsport sometimes, and he's proof of that in this category.
Position change to Kim Cole's got in front of Chris Gidney there as well. So the 27 in front of the 19, just down that back part of the circuit. And Kim Cole there giving chase there to Jeff. Sorry, Jeff, say John Cox. It's quite a long name there to try to get through. And in fact, he's done that pass right there, right on cue. Right up on the inside there of the Triumph. You can see the Tomcat number plates there. It's a pretty cool looking bit of machinery.
It is.
And it's actually picking his way further. And Chris Gidney now over the back of St. John Cox as well. It's a much more modern piece of machinery too. Big, quite a few decades apart, those two models. Of course, the Triumph being involved in the invitational class in this group. So they're all close and handy as well. And just behind there is the Paul Vernal car. You see the A car just in the distance. So he's also trying to come up on the back of one of the ZR Series cars there in the silver cars. There's some of the older models there, some of the midgets in the group. Car 9 there of Jeff White in the yellow car. So that's even older school once again. This is the 64 car there of Dave Bagnet. Two yellow cars there involved.
Yellow? You reckon the first one's yellow?
I think it might be a bit mustard involved in there.
I reckon as they come onto the pit straight to complete lap number 2, they've closed in on these two MGs ahead, and the 64 machine does pull to the inside. So good to see the little midgets getting involved with some of the MGs as well, as they cross the line and head down towards turn number 1. Big group here between the positions of 12 to 16, 17, and even towards the tail end of the 20. They were pretty much nose to tail from 12th to 20, 8 seconds. So really good gaggle of cars, some great fighting, some great scrapping further down the field, and great that Blendline TV showing us that there's battling all the way through the field.
As we saw in Alfa Romeos, busted up into different classes. Obviously the open class cars well and truly out the front, so you've got people like Phil Chester, Jason Holmes, Mike Trafford, they're all open class cars. And then we've got the modern class cars. So the moderns basically run on radials. Obviously the open class cars are fully modified, full race slicks and full modifications. And also we have the classic group as well. So if you go back to some of the MGBs in that group, and the midgets, they're all the classic style, the older style cars. We don't have any Group S cars here this weekend. It's another class that's also involved. This round is actually brought us by great. Oh, we got a car in the wall down there.
Oh dear. It's gone in hard backwards by the looks of it. I think it's spun maybe 100 and more than 360, and I think it's gone into the wall backwards. There's a bit of a fire underneath, so there may be a little bit of a... It is.
Yeah, I just picked up the 32 there, so a long time MG racing stalwart here in SA. Rodney Gibb, and this will probably, there we go, so yellow's there for the safety car. I've come straight up on our timing monitor, so I saw a few flags waving ferociously. There they are.
Really good to see the display boards, of course, around the bend as well. But there is, for the first time this weekend, the Hyundai i30N safety car. It looks fantastic with the bend all over it. Always does the course cars work around this magnificent venue. Probably done more laps than any other car around here, I'd imagine.
I would say so.
Yes. But yeah,
bit
that's
unfortunate there for Rodney Gibb. We had been such a long time stalwart of midget racing here in SA.
look at the margin at the end of that lap. Chester had built out an incredible margin, albeit though I will admit that Holmes slowed down a bit for the safety car, but nevertheless it was nearly a half a minute lead. just 3 laps into the race. Incredible.
Gonna bring him way back to the rest of the field here after all that hard work. I was going to think Chester's had to work all that hard, but obviously a lot more horsepower in that open class car than some of the others in this field, so that's the reason why he's skipped away.
The reason why he's a 5-time champion as well.
That's right.
Absolutely, showing why he is. But yeah, he's just had a couple of mechanical issues the last couple of years, and it's all about collecting points in championships like this, and in the end that has cost him dear come the end of the season. That's where Trathin has picked up the last 2 titles, but we've got quite a few champions in this as well. Holmes, 2-time champion as well, back in 2012 and 2011 as well, so back-to-back champion. No Robin Bailey this weekend. He's generally always around in his MGB GT V8, so not quite sure why Bailey's not around this weekend, but always a front runner in the field. So
there's our lead car there in the Chester car. Isn't that a tough looking bit of weapon? That's a great looking race car and fully modified to, got a 6-litre V8 motor in that car, so there's a lot of engine under that little hood.
Absolutely. I think there's a bit of confusion here. The safety car has picked up the second car in the queue, so Chester's gone across the line, and halfway, there we are, around the opposite side of the circuit, he's picked up the second car in the queue. So he's going to have more than a half a minute lead by the end of this lap, that's for certain. So picked up the second car in the queue, which has caused a little bit of confusion, because I believe we're meant to get the safety car, the checkered flag at the end of this lap, just to recover that stationary vehicle. But we might have to do an extra lap now, as the leader has already passed the finish line.
Some great British marks here, obviously British Invitational as well. That I do love the Triumph GT3 car. That's a beautiful, that orange car that's gone through. That's just a fantastic looking piece of car. We had a bit like the Triumphs in the field as well. We had you being from the home country originally, you would be pretty familiar with some of these great British marks, but
absolutely,
the MGs.
Got to thank our volunteer officials and volunteers, and if you want to become an official, make sure you visit motorsport.org.au/officials. Great to be a part of an event like that. If you can't spectate or drive yourself or be involved in our sense in the commentary box, brilliant way to get involved is marshalling, to feel the cars, smell them, really feel the vibrations as the cars go by. Nothing quite like it. I was lucky enough a few years ago to head down to Dandenong Road at Sandown when Formula Ford was on the marshalling post, just as a one-off race. That was really cool to see the cars. You can almost touch them down there at Dandenong Road. Really, really cool experience for myself. Are they going to put the checkered flag out? No, I think we're going to go one more. And then Chester, who's, as we say, he's probably at the back of this train now, he will get the checkered flag. So, as we say, a bit of confusion. And that's simply because he was leading the race by half a minute.
Too far ahead,
exactly.
Yeah.
So we understand how that's occurred, but nevertheless.
It's funny how you were talking about the volunteers before. There was a massive shout out during the week to try and get volunteers to this race meeting. They were massively short, and we've got to thank them for that, because otherwise we couldn't have got this meeting underway. They were well short of quite a few officials, so we do thank them for that.
Big thank you
for sticking your hand up to get that done. Otherwise, we might have been in a little bit of trouble for this race meeting.
Absolutely, yeah. Well said, Mark. As we see what's to come, so although we are under safety car, and we'll finish this race under safety car. After this, Hyundai XL Masters for the veterans, the elder statesmen of the category. There is the checkered flag at the back.
There it is.
Phil Chester's going to win this race by about 3 minutes. A great performance from him, half a minute clear when the checkered flag was thrown. Great performance from him, and then the rest of the cars will come through soon well, I say soon after, it's quite a while afterwards. But beyond that, going back to the schedule, XL Masters for the elder statesmen of XL Racing. Good field of 19 cars for them. Then the SA prototypes. So, of course, there is the Australian prototypes, but the South Australian prototype series, which has started in recent years, and something that you've been following closely.
I certainly have.
Yes.
We're looking forward to that once again. It's always great, fast and furious racing. It's great to watch.
Absolutely. Beyond that, the younger guys trying to make a career really from racing in XL trophies. Then Alfa Romeo's second race before the you call it the headline act, wouldn't you, this weekend? Australian Formula 4 returning to Australia for the first time since here, actually, ironically, in 2019 was the last round, 5 years ago. And then we finish off with a big race, a 60-minute enduro, MARC cars and invited, so a few GT cars, a couple of Porsches and a glorious V10 Lamborghini in that category as well. So looking forward to that one. So plenty of variety, whether you like your close, nimble XLs that always show good racing. But here is the results from that one then. Phil Chester taking the win in the number 72 machine from Jason Holmes and Michael Trathin. So 3 former champs in the top 3. Beyond that, Kim Cole, Chris Gidney, Jeffrey St John Cox.
We'll get that one.
Yes,
out.
exactly. Yeah, we'll get there. Beyond that, Paul Vanel, Gary Gibson, David McKinnon, and Vincenzo Gucciardo. Who
Well done.
I expected him to be a little bit further up the field in that one. He set reasonable lap times, so watch for him in race number 2. Beyond that, Jason Edwards, David Biagent, Anthony Vollebrecht. There we got John, David Hopper, Gregory White, Danny Karma, then John Makem, Trevor Dunsford, Murray Stephenson. And beyond that, 2 non-finishers, James Vollebrecht and Rodney Gibb. Not a bad race there, but unfortunately very much majority of it behind the safety car.
Yeah, not really what we want to see, but that's the way things roll out. So
this is
the next group that actually haven't seen the checkered
No,
flag.
that's right.
We're still waiting for them to roll around. They're just coming over the crest. They're heading towards turn 17. So they'll be looking at that checkered flag very shortly. Next coming up is our Hyundai XL Masters. So it's a new initiative that we saw for XL Racing here last season.
So we'll just see the final couple of cars come around the large group of cars come around the final couple of corners to greet the checkered flag. Behind that we can see the Kartdrome as well in action here this weekend, but behind the I-30N, the second place man Holmes will come across the line in second position ahead of Trathin, Cole and that field that we read out to you. So across the line they come, checkered flag waving. As we say, a bit of a truncated race, that one from MG and Invited British Sports Cars. They'll be back with not 1 but 2 races tomorrow. In the meantime, while we wait for Hyundai XL Masters to hit the racetrack, we will take a quick break in commentary. We'll be back very shortly. Welcome back to the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park here in South Australia. I am Dan McCarthy. If you're just tuning in on Blendline TV, welcome to what is a great weekend's worth of action. I'm alongside fellow South Aussie Mark Nancaro, and what a year that we have lined up in front of us at these venues here in South Australia. This is the South Australia Motor Racing Championships, 2 rounds done and dusted, but we've got some good ones coming up.
Yes, of course, not only this one, but because we kept back here in late May, because it'll also be the round of the Toyota 86 Scholarship Series that will be involved with that round also, and we get back to some more familiar classes also into that with improved production, you know, saloon cars, Formula V, and all those other classes that will be involved there for that round in late May. That will also be brought to us by Blendline TV, just as we are doing today. Then we can see the round afterwards. That's the long weekend, so that's the Lamborghini Super Trofeo Series, which will be involved here that particular weekend as well.
And what a great addition that was to the calendar last year. Get some good numbers. Come see the Asian Lamborghinis come, but also a lot of national categories coming for that event as well, such as Formula Open.
Yes, Formula Open as well, because they had a round at Winton actually last weekend, and you'll be really familiar with that.
Yes,
so.
As well, later on as well, we got in that event Radical Australia Cup as well, so plenty of national categories to sink our teeth into during that weekend. Then beyond that, trip back to Malala, then back here in September, and then the final round taking place on the 7.77 kilometre GT circuit. So we've got the HQ Enduro and also the XL Enduro that really headline that final round in November.
Of course, it's a new era in SA Motorsport here this year, of course, with the new 8-round series, with the new combination of promoters, so it's been great to be a part of. It was at Malala Motorsport Park a fortnight ago, under lights at the twilight there at Malala. It was great to see the lights being switched back on there.
Now, it was looked like a really cool event. Sadly, couldn't make it myself. Had other motorsport on that weekend that I was attending. But yeah, really cool images that I saw you take just yourself alone. But looked like a really cool event. Just cleaning up the bit of fluid that was put down from that MG that sadly met the wall. But we've got to thank our volunteer marshals and officials. Done a great job at cleaning that up, and we shouldn't be too far away from Hyundai XL Masters. We'll take another quick break in the meantime. Myself and Mark will be back in just a moment. Welcome back. Not too far away from XL's heading to the racetrack. Look at that, a few fans over the other side of the circuit made their way to the infield. Good viewing spot, that one. But yeah, XL Masters. Of course, so much to see and do here at the Bend Motorsport Park. Not only the Shell V-Power circuit itself, but they've got the go-karting, they've got the off-road track. There really is. It's a motorsport park, as the name suggests. 365 days a year. It really is quite a facility, isn't it, here at the Bend?
It's time for Hyundai XL Masters Race 1 here, and of course this is for the more senior drivers in the XLs. We'll have the young guys come out for their trophy class in just a couple of races time. Let's have a look. So interesting to note that a couple of stalwarts are on the front of the grid here that are normally racing in the trophy class. So on pole position will be the 44 car of Nick Scaife. Sean Panowicz now becomes a senior. He goes into the Masters class, and he would be in position 2 on the grid. Very experienced campaigners there. Last year's champion, Brian Smith, in the 99 car. Let's go back to the second part of the grid. Braden Cowell only had his first race meeting here in March. He's already got himself up into position 4 on the grid. Great job there. So interesting top 4. And we go back. Oh, we're looking for the next. There we go. Completely missed it there. So Rob Zonetti in the Evolution Crash Repairs entry in the 29 car. Alongside him is the GH Oilage entry there of Graham Hinks. We go back to the Golf livered car there, or tribute livered car of Aaron Semler. And Chris Stark just alongside of him. We go back to Adrian Gallia. Alongside of him is the Mount Gambier base driver there, Kevin Lynch. Then we go back to the Alan Hawkins, Hampstead Auto and Dyno entry, and Graham Hewitt in the 23 car, which is the Black Ball Racing entry. Great to see Nathan Green back in car 9 in the Jaguar XL. Alongside of him is the Chrysler Charger-inspired Andrew Young car in the SBR dealer team entry. Darren Swain in the AE Electrical entry, and then Dale Arnett in the Bondi Home and Garden Service entry. At the rear of the field in position 16, not quite. We've got Kim Anderson in the Air Everywhere entry. He was very strong at the last round, so he's a long way back on the grid. And the debutant there, car number 100, Sean Berger, having his very first race meeting here. We wish him well. She'll be ready to bring these cars around in just a few moments. As we saw, we got to a point in XL racing here in SA where the fields were just too big.
That's right.
They were enormous, 50 cars, so we had to split them up. So we've got the Masters first to give them their opportunity. Let's go back and have a look at this track here, this extraordinary complex here at Tailem Bend. Just a couple of minutes down the road from the main township here of Tailem Bend. 18 turns here in this 4.95 kilometre circuit. Look at all those bends there. Big, long, straight, and we keep an eye on these XLs when they scream down to turn when they'll fan out here, trying to get themselves some track position. Big, tight one, and then you watch these XLs when they come around, they'll change track position in these 2 spots here. Turns 2, 3, and 4. Scream down to 6, heavy on the anchors there. And there's a massive passing opportunity, certainly for these smaller race cars. Then it's all the right-handers. Here we go, 7, 8, 9, 10, down the back to 11 and 12, and they head back down the hill. And we come back inside the venue here, down to turn 30. There's a little crest here that has come up above. You can see there in our footage. And then there's the big lefty right back down into the main complex. The very tight turn 17. It's a very unforgiving turn. You can see there in our footage there. And then turn 18, they head down towards the finish line there. So that's how this complex works. Track record of 140.27 set by John Magro in the Formula 3 series back here in 2019. I can guarantee these cars will not be anywhere as quick as that.
I was going to say, no.
It'll be a long further back.
They might do 1 minute 40 if they do the shorter layout, but doing this 4.95 kilometre second, I don't quite see them doing that today. But there they are on the racetrack. So the reigning champion, not too far up the pointy end, our round 1 winner, Smith, is on the second row of the grid. So it's Scaife from Panowicz, and then the reigning champion, the so far only Masters champion in South Australia, coming out of position number 3. So yeah, as you say, just because the numbers are so big. And we'd have had that same problem this weekend, 19 in this category, and then we got 32 in the trophy category. We simply couldn't have grids of over 50 cars, so let's split them into the more senior drivers, which are what we're looking at the moment, and there are some fantastic retro liveries. Just saw Benson and a Hedges one pass through down the bottom of the screen.
The P&H racing entry there of Alan Hawkins, very inspired from the Sierra racing days. You're probably not quite old enough to remember that, but
no,
I certainly can. But
I've certainly watched a lot of highlights of them over the years, that's for sure. Look at this, got a Golf livery, a Martini livery, and then an old Perkins livery, all line astern.
The Chris Stark entry, the Starkini entry there with the Martini-inspired livery there, very clever. It's very, they do a great job of presentation here, so it's time for the more senior drivers to let loose here. And it's interesting to note here that the two on the front of the grid are having their first runs in the Masters class here this weekend. Sean Panowicz is a long-time competitor in the XLs here in SA. He's one of the originals, going back quite some time now. Nick Scaife a little bit later, the yardstick landscape entry, they're just stepping up to the line. Nick also competing in the trophy class also this weekend, so
yeah,
double duties. He's going to sleep well tonight.
Don't these two cars on the front row look absolutely fantastic? And then the number on the top, 39 of Panowicz, makes it look like an old NASCAR.
There's a few cars like that with numbers on the roof, and we'll certainly pick them out as the race progresses. Makes our job a little bit easier looking down from the top there.
Great camera angle. Really cool to see, exactly in line with the front row of the grid. So cars coming in at the back of the field. We are just moments away.
Keep us close on that Brian Smith car too, that blue car just behind you. There it is.
Great start from him. Really good start.
Now another one surprised is the Cowell entry, the Vaughan Cowell entry, which has had his first start here at the previous round. And he's got himself up to position 4 on the grid. That's a terrific effort. They did have a few issues at the first round. So that's another one we'll be having a very... Here they go. They'll fan out here as I predicted. Trying to give themselves a little bit of track space. Graham Hicks got stuck up in there. You see the GH haulage car with the big flames down the side there. That's a new livery for that car too. Looks extra cool.
Does.
Or extra hot, depending on which way you look at it.
Panowicz is red hot at the moment. He's taken the race lead from Scaife, although Scaife is going with him. They've so far gapped Smith early on in this one, and we can see this race slightly shorter. So this is going to end at 13:57 plus 1 lap local time, so about 5 minutes shorter than what was originally intended. But we can see all the cars fire into the hairpin on lap number 1. Smith trying to go with the front 2, and he's just about keeping in arm's reach at this point in time. Here we go, a couple of those tribute liveries, and even Gallia with the number 11 on the side as well, really making a point that it is a Perkins tribute livery.
Certainly is. That's Adrian Gallia behind the wheel there.
Oh,
and there's a big cloud of dust. I'm not too sure who that was.
Kept it in the right direction.
But someone
no, there was a spin just at the back end of the shot. There he is.
Oh, that's Chris Stark in the Starkini
yes,
livered car there. Chris only had his second race meeting too, I may add. So quite a few names soon involved in this 2024 series.
Couldn't quite see.
Kevin Lynch here, the 60 car. Mostly not too much sponsorship on that car.
Yeah, couldn't quite see that at first. Oh, another stopped car. That's the recently re-liveried machine.
It's Graham Hinks.
Yeah.
Parked down there. So we'll just have a look to see what happens here as far as where those cars are actually positioned on track. Graham looks like he's right over the back of the circuit there. And the 86 car there, which is Vaughan Cowell, he's got Alan Hawkins. Well, actually, that's not Alan Hawkins just behind him. That's the 42 car
of Cole.
Who is that sneaky?
No, I think that's Colwell, 86. So he's dropped down from his second row starting position as they fire around the final corner using all of the road there. The number 42 machine right out towards the grass. That is Anderson crossing the line in 8th position. So 9 positions on that opening lap. Anderson, a phenomenal start.
Had a ripping first round, and I don't know what the problem was in qualifying. Put him at the rear of the grid, but he's going to be charging his way through the field.
Yeah, as you say, second in the first round points, so comes into this one second in the standings behind Smith. And as you say, the front two are really the not really thinking championship, they're just thinking race wins at this point in time. They didn't do round number 1. These guys are going to be really tight around turn number 5. Who's going to give way? It's going to have to be the Golf liveried machine on the outside. Number 36 of Semler. As the number 11, Gallia, fires up the inside. That's a nice move. But I think 36 will hold it around the outside and does. Oh, is there going to be room left?
Adrian Gallia got on the inside of Aaron Semler there.
Good move.
So he's virtually followed Kevin Lynch through, who did that a couple turns earlier. That's the green and black coloured number 60 car you can see in that group. And they're currently 4th, 5th and 6th position on the field at this very moment. So they're just behind our leading group. Shaw Panner, which is leading the race in the complete doors entry. As you would expect, a very experienced campaigner in this field. So that's the group we're just looking at there. So Kevin Lynch now up into 4th position. But the hard-charging Adrian Gallia behind the Castrol livered inspired car. And there's the air everywhere entry. So that's Kim Anderson in the 42. Come from the rear of the field, and he is now on the back of Aaron Semler.
Brilliant.
So he's up into
performance.
5th position. So, as you expect in the next race, there's always plenty happening.
Oh, certainly is. Certainly is. And he's...
Oh, look at that. Tries to get up on the inside there of the Golf livered car there of Aaron Semler. Didn't quite make that pass move. Or stick, I should say. And all of a sudden, Adrian Gallia's feeling the heat a little bit, because even though Semler is trying to get up behind him, he's also trying to fight defensively with Anderson behind him as well. And look behind, there's the Jaguar XL. So that's the car there of Nathan Green, and he's come from the clouds as well.
I was going to say, similar in the 36, doesn't know where to look forwards or in the rear vision mirrors at the moment. He's more looking in the rear vision mirror as the 42 pulls up the inside, and so does Gallia on Lynch as well. In the fight for 4th position, the top 3 are miles ahead, but this is a fantastic scrap for 4th position. Gallia takes 4th, Anderson takes 6th. In fact, he's going to take 5th around the outside at turn number 2. Thank you very much. Top 5 position in just 2 laps and 2 corners. Brilliant start from Anderson, the man currently 2nd in the standings. He's making great headway early on in this race, and he's going to continue that momentum. He's looking at Gallia. Meanwhile, the man 3rd in the series coming into this round, Selma, is looking at the tail of the number 60 machine of Lynch. Oh, here we go. Anderson up the inside. Bit of a lock-up. In fact, quite a big lock-up, but he's got it to the apex, made it stick, and takes 4th position now. What a charge.
That's that notorious turn 6 down there. That's a very good passing turn down through there, and he's made full total advantage out there, Anderson. Nick Scaife, our current race leader, so we've had a change of lead there. Scaife has gone back to the front there. So in the 44 landscape, or the yardstick landscape entry, there it is. Right
Good
on
pickup.
cue, so you can see the green and black coloured car there, the Mowers Plus entry. 2 long time, very experienced stalwarts, positions 1 and 2 there. And they would really start to, they've actually really dropped off Brian Smith, current Masters champion from last season. And it's interesting to note too that Brian Smith, who won the championship last year, actually blew a motor in that car with only 3 turns remaining on the very last lap of the series.
Yeah, right. Wow, there you
so
go.
he didn't quite get the last race done, but still managed to... there's
there.
contact there. And
Good
Aaron
save.
Semler was the one that cocked the short back and sides there from Vaughan Caldwell.
Just put the foot to the floor, front wheel drive, kicked back around, and continues straight line. Fantastic save.
There's a black car behind him. That's Graham Hewitt. That's the Black Ball Racing entry. It's a terrific livered car as well. Graham's also another competitor that's been around in the series for quite some time. Another experienced campaigner. Usually makes the annual trip to Darwin in the middle of the year. Goes out just to support up there for the supercars. No doubt they'll be doing that all over again this year. There's Anderson in front of Gallia there as they go past. There's a replay here coming up. Here we go. This will give us a fairly good idea of what's happening. Oh, yeah. Cole too late on the brakes there, and he's just got well and truly into the side there of Aaron Semler. He's just copped the short back and sides there.
I don't think he was quite far up enough alongside, was he? And sort of just behind or just alongside that rear door. You want to be at least halfway up the car to make a clean and executed manoeuvre, but nevertheless they play on, no real damage done, and they are still nose to tail on the racetrack as they sweep around the iconic sweeping turn number 5, the fast left-hander, and then down under brakes into turn number 6. We've certainly seen some incidents at this corner, not only in state racing, but of course in supercars as well. It's been a real corner of attrition over the years, this turn number 6.
Nick Scaife just posted the fastest lap time there, 2:25.62. And he's just starting to get away from Sean Panowicz too, so...
not by much, 0.06 of a second, yeah. Very tight between the top two, 0.7 the margin, but since Scaife has got in front, he's not exactly broken clear and pulled away. Panowicz is certainly keeping with him at this point in time. They've broken Smith, he's by himself, 7 seconds behind leading pair, and then beyond that we have this incredible battle.
That's Nathan Green got in front of that pack as well. So the XL Jaguar,
yes,
is that car has not seen too much competition, certainly over the last 12 months. So good to see Nathan out at a race car rather than joining me in a commentary box, because that's what he's been doing for a lot of the part of the series.
And then as well behind we got the BMW XL as well, the Benson and Hedges liveried or inspired liveried machine. Interesting that car's running a rear wing unlike no other XL, maybe wanting a bit more downforce around sector 2.
I think it's supposed to replicate the wing on the Sierra.
I think so.
I think that's probably where that idea comes from.
Yeah, I think you're right.
I don't know if there's any advantage at all, but it looks pretty cool out there.
Yes. And a good exit onto the final corner now, going to slot back in behind. Great racing and such immaculately presented machines. Well, that was
Salvanetti there, the Evolution Crash Repairs entry. A little bit wide there at 18. He's a massive supporter of this series too, by the way, as far as sponsorship deals are concerned.
But that's always been what I say about the SA series. The XLs here are so immaculately presented, almost no scratches on them. Although they were getting pretty close there. They nearly put a bit of black rubber on some paint there, but the Jaguar XL, as you refer to it, is just being displaced there. Green falling back behind Semler, and Colwell now right behind the number 9 as well as they exit turn number 3, head up the hill and into the daunting turn number 5. Turn number 4, there is a little kink there, a little right-handed kink. You hardly see it, but yeah, and then they swing fast around the left. Is Colwell having a look? He certainly is. Late on the brakes, he's got it done. Brilliant pass from a long way back. He was a good 3 or 4 car lengths, but the number 9 holds it around the outside. Green will now have the inside back for turns 7, 8, 9 and number 10 as well. The 4 consecutive fast right-handers as the track falls away from you, as you can see down the hill. Brilliant shots from Blendline TV, really showing the elevation down that back section.
It gives a great indication of how that track falls away down that part of the circuit. Very fast, sweeping part of the circuit. Nathan Green there in the Jaguar XL in front of Fawn Colwell. Nathan Green really just sort of knock a bit of rust out of the elbows after some time out of in the XL series.
I thought Colwell was going to have a move there, but didn't quite. Got a good exit, but couldn't make it work down at turn number 13. It's really hard to make a pass there. The blind corner, you really need good cooperation from the person you're racing. And same at this one as well. And he's got good cooperation because the number 9 has run wide, an unforced error from Green. He's kept it around there, though. He's just about holding on, trying to grip hold of any little bit of string he can to keep the position. And he is going to hold on for now, but how much longer? Turn number 17 is under attack from the 86. The number 86, though, is coming under attack himself now from Zonetti. So it's really a good battle here. 23 is joining in, Hewitt, and then I don't think we're too far away from seeing Hewitt Hawkins and Swain joining the train as well to make it a half-dozen group. But here we go, up the inside, great run out the final corner. For the number 86 machine of Colwell, who's going to take the place down in towards turn number 1, and will do so. This scrap for just inside the top 10. Oh, and through comes number 29. He says, oh, if you go through, I might as well follow suit. Great move from Zanetti there. Fastest lap last time through for our race leader, Nick Scaife. I was saying Panowicz was keeping up with him. Well, not on that last lap. Oh, no!
That's Alan Hawkins.
And he's hit the wall hard, front on down at turn number 1.
Look at the scuff marks on the dirt marks there on the concrete barrier there. He's out of the car and looking a bit ginger, to say the least.
Yeah.
He is on his 2 feet, which is good, positive news, but that's going to hurt.
The XL doesn't look quite so good. Looks pretty second-hand there, and we have gone safety car with 6 minutes remaining in this race. So this will neutralise things. Just as Scaife was skipping away from the rest of the field, it's all going to be neutralised. And here is the race leader in the number 44 machine. Of course, number 44 being made famous by Lewis Hamilton, of course, in recent years. We're not sure if, because we've gone safety car, we might call this race a couple of laps early. So we may see the checkered flag come out. Scaife's still pushing pretty hard, despite the safety car boards and flags waving and being shown to the number 44 machine. Are we going to see checkered flag?
Yeah, checkered flag here, Dan, just been confirmed. So Nick Scaife will go through and collect that one, and actually take his first Masters victory in this class. So
great race.
So he's managed to pick that one off. And then we go back to Sean Panowicz, and obviously Brian Smith, as we saw last season, not quite getting things his own way there. We'll finish up in 3rd under the checkers there.
Of course, slowing down quite a lot because of the stationary car at turn number 1. The ambulance crew straight away on the scene there, but cars continue to come through. Smith, Anderson, what a recovery drive to position number 4 from the back, and then Gallia rounding out the top 5.
Checkered flags waving away down there. Just the medical crew just heading down to turn 1, just to make. That's of course the compulsory to head down there and make sure that the driver is okay. And that incident has happened down at turn 1. So who else has gone through? We've got Vaughan Cobble finished up in 8th position. Rob Sowinetti in the Evolution Crash Repairs entry in 9th. 10th was Nathan Green. Graham Hewitt, Darren Swain, also on debut this weekend, I may add. Chris Stark, Andrew Young in the, there it is, right on cue, the Chrysler Racing Inspired entry.
Oh, yes.
As you can see the orange and black colour car going through there. Sean Berger, and at the rear of the field there is Dale Annette, which is the lime green and blue colour car just coming over the crest there.
Lime green certainly grabs your attention, doesn't it? Sticks out like a sore thumb, but a sore thumb in a good way, as we see the cars head around the backside of the circuit. Here are the results then from that one. Nick Scaife taking the win in the end by 7.5 seconds, but because of that safety car, I don't really think it shows on that last lap just how close it was. And then beyond that, Brian Smith in 3rd position, the reigning champion and current series leader. Beyond that, Kim Anderson, Adrian Gallia, Kevin Lynch, Aaron Semler, who was involved in that great scrap for 6th position there. Beyond that, Vaughan Colwell, Robert Zanetti, and the returning Nathan Green rounding out the top 10. He'll be pleased with that. Certainly
will. Then outside the 10, we've got Graham Hewitt in the Black Ball Racing entry. Darren Swain's been pretty good for first up. Chris Stark had an adventurous first up race. Andrew Young, Sean Berger on debut also. And then obviously we got Dale Annette at the rear of the field. Alan Hawkins failed to finish, and obviously Graham Hinks was an earlier retirement also. So Graham Hinks a massive supporter also of this group. So the GH Haulage entry and the crew down there have got a little bit of work to do between races. Trying to get that car back up underway. Did qualify quite well as well, so it's got a bit of a disappointing finish for that particular competitor.
2 more races from XL Masters over the course of the weekend. Straight after the next race, we have XL Trophy. But yes, up next, we have the SA Prototypes, the South Australian Prototype Series. We'll be back after this very short break. South Australian Prototype Series about to hit the racetrack. A pretty new category to South Australian motorsport. Launched last year, is that right, Mark?
That's correct, and this is now round 2 of their South Australian Series, which is about to make their way out onto the track. For people that are listening in and are not too familiar with prototypes, we do run a national prototype series as well as our state-based series here. A lot of the cars are actually prepared right here on track because Jam Motorsport are heavily involved with the making and engineering and makeup of all those cars, which is done just over the back sheds here, right alongside of us here,
literally
at the bend. So they're involved with a lot of cars. We see a lot of different varieties of cars, and we'll certainly see those in a minute. Fairly dominated by the Wolf style race car that's in this particular field, and that certainly has taken over certainly the championship at this very moment. We'll see a couple of others that will come out with different body shapes. Again, Eldridge has got the store race car. We've got a couple of West race cars involved here, which is the American style prototype. And so we'll certainly see those come out in just a moment. Right, so we'll come back to our track again. This is an interesting track for this style of car for Burson Auto Parts, our track map here. So what are these cars going to do on this 18 turn endeavour? Well, they're going to be flying down to turn one, I can tell you, to try and give themselves some track position down there. These are much faster cars than what we saw in the XLs. And this is a very important part. You can see on our live screen there how important it is to get track position there at turn one for this style of car, because it gives you much better track position in the next following turns, because you really want to give yourself plenty of track space when you get down under braking down there at turn 6. Then very hard to overtake down through that section. These are much wider cars, even though they're a lot slicker cars, but once they head down to these right hands, they scream down the back of the circuit here, heading down inside of turn 13, up over the little crest there, and all of a sudden they'll just pop their heads up and come out here at turn 14, back inside. Sort of a stadium style couple of turns there inside, yes. Back up into the very tight and hairy turn 17, which is quite an experience on these race cars. And then they'll head down towards our finish position. And we'll certainly see that as we bring these cars out onto this 4.95 kilometre circuit in just a moment. These cars are also much lighter. They're actually lighter than the XLs that we saw at the previous event too. They're very lightweight, very aerodynamic. They're flat to the ground and they are flat to the floor. Huge throttle here, and they have massive braking capabilities as well. They're a fully fledged race car. Let's have a look. Mark Short be out there in the Prince race car on pole position. Very fast race car. Former improved production racer there in pole position. JP Drake, well, didn't get his own way there in the qualifying session in the Jam Motorsport Wolf F1 Minstrel. Go back to the store I was just talking about there. That's actually a South African built race car. We'll talk a little bit later on as well. And Ian Eldridge. Simon Gardner's got the normal M20. What a cool looking piece of kit that is. We'll have a look at that in just a moment.
Really cool.
And we go back to the next part of the grid. Philandronis is in the F1000 Furman. Beautiful car. This is more of a Formula race style car. Then we got the on-demand electrical car, the Wolf Thunder there of Tim Cook. Andrew McHugh had a massive round here at the first round in the F1 Minstrel. Good to see Phil Hughes also back here in the Pilbeam, another completely different race car again. And that looks like that's the field there at the rear of the field. It's good to see Mark Short taking pole position here. Gee, what an experienced competitor he is as well. Did a lot of years in improved production racing here in South Australia. And he's not the only former improved production racer in this field either. We saw Ian Eldridge also in this particular field come from racing the big 6-litre Tirana in that category to something like Philandronis is also another one to step back from that class and is racing in the F1000 in this class as well. And here they come. That's the first car there is the car of Mark Short. And there's the Joker car, the man with the funny race suit there, JP Drake. It's a pretty familiar character here at the Bend. Busy too, because he's also competing in the F4 series also here today as well the weekend. So another busy race car driver making his way around as well. Prototypes. So basically the National Series is actually the state-based series, but the National Series is basically run here or either Sydney Motorsport Park. And that the simple reason for that is that Jam Motorsport also have a complex and mechanical workshop also set up at Sydney as well. So that's the reason they do a lot of these cars, and they're heavily involved with this state series. See there the race duration there, 14.27 plus 1 lap.
So that's 16 minutes from now plus 1 lap. So again, just a little bit shorter. We started the stream a little bit later than what was originally intended. There's a couple of accidents in the early morning qualifying sessions which put us on the back foot for the afternoon, so I think they're just shortening each session by 5 minutes just to try and get back on time, and by the end of the day, if we take out 5 minutes, you should be back on time.
I don't think the fog helped this morning either.
No, you're quite correct. Yeah, the couple of crashes and the big one, as you say, was the fog. The first 2 sessions started when they were meant to have already been completed. So yeah, we were on the back foot from the word go, but great work from the team at the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park and all the race officials up there in the tower to try and get this race meeting back on schedule.
Of course, this will be a rolling start as we've seen in the series so far. Not an ideal car as far as clutch is concerned to start from a standing start. So they are much better for the rolling start. So they have a very similar clutch system sort of to a motorcycle, because a lot of these do look like a motorcycle configuration, chain driven race car. So not all of them do, but some of them do. So certainly the Wolves are not in that case, but certainly Mark Short will certainly be in that case. But this is currently our car that will lead them around in car 16. Keep a close eye on that yellow and blue car at the end of the field. That's the McKee car. They've had a fairly strong round also at round 1 here for the SA Prototype Series.
Well, you say it was a strong round. He won the round. He didn't win any races, but he won the round overall. So very surprised to see him qualifying all the way down in 7th position. Expect him to charge forwards, as you say. And then the person who missed the first round, Short, starts on pole position by 4 seconds earlier on today. Quite an incredible session from him. Very close, though, between John Paul Drake and Ian Eldridge on the 2nd and 3rd positions. And then pretty close between the following 3 beyond that, Simon Gardner, Philip Andreas and Timothy Cook. And then, as you say, look for Andrew McKee from 7th position. This should be an exciting one. Probably the fastest category we've seen so far today, as cars come around for the rolling start to commence race number 1 here, their 2nd round. SA Prototype Series. You can hear the revs about to ramp up a notch. Here we go.
We'll get the start here. It's very good off the rolling start, and I've seen that before. And they'll go down, be on the outside of turn 1.
What a start it was, as you say.
Wide, he'll just come screaming across. No, just all side by side on the exit at 1. Look at McKee there. Already up in the 3rd position, and Cook picked up another 2 positions as well. Wow, it was all happening here in that short space of time.
Certainly was. Drake has held on. So after that great initial launch, he held it around the outside of turns 1 and the inside for 2 and took the lead. So a great job from the local South Australian. He's got Short in his rear vision mirrors, but the real charger, as you say, McKee, up from 7th to 3rd. That's exactly what he wanted. Can he go with these 2 now? That is the question. Does he have the pace to do so? Clearly put the qualifying woes behind him. He's looking straight ahead at these 2. And then there's a big gap behind. A big gap between these top 3 and 4th position. Can't even see them in the screen. There it is, just coming through the shot.
You look at McKee breathing down Mark Short's tailpipe there at the moment. He's all over the back of him. Current Australian champion in front, 2 JP Drake, the national champion. So a lot of experience under that belt. We know when he gets to the front how difficult he is to get past, because it is a fairly fast Wolf race car, which is the current lead car.
McKee there for a big understeer moment at turn number 15. Nearly all his hard work, 14, nearly coming undone. But he's lost a bit of ground as a result, and now has Eldridge right behind him. The front 4 are going away from the rest of the group, but they are sticking with each other. So it's going to be Drake from Short, running wide again, number 13, and we could have 2 changes of position. Great exit from Short, who's going to drag alongside John Paul Drake and has taken the lead on the run towards turn number 1. And despite making a mistake at the final corner, McKee has just about held Eldridge off for 3rd. But look at this, Gardner is closing in to make it a 5-car train. So although qualifying wasn't too close, the early stages of this race are very close indeed.
Simon Gardner, he's had a collection of race cars over the years. And I'll tell you what, he's got a collector's item here. He's got the normal race car. It's a completely different spec of race car in this field.
Sounds glorious.
Very experienced racer too. Raced Porsches for many years and has done a lot of different things. Open wheelers as well. A lot of Formula type cars also involved in that PR as well. So it's a lot of experience under the belt. Now I think, that's the McKee car there behind Paul Drake entry. That's the 13 car we've got on screen at the moment. He's in the F1 Minstrel style race car. Another one of the Jam Motorsport entries in this field, as is the lead car. So all prepared here locally. Also the second car is, that's John Paul Drake is one of the Jam Motorsport entries.
As you say, the reigning national champion, and there was a car in front of them there. There was, Shorts got through. Shorts got through and taken the lead and just bolted. I just struggled to work it out there for a second. I was looking down at my notes and I look up and Short has got past Drake and driven away.
Car on screen is Philadronis. That's another spec'd car. That's the F1000 Furman style race car. Isn't that a cool looking race car? Look at the livery on that. He loves a good preparation of cars, this Phil. He's a bit of an avid BMW enthusiast as well.
Oh, there you go.
So he did a bit of that when he was racing in improved production racing here in SA.
Of course, Short took the lead this time, last lap, on the pit straight in the exact 4.95 kilometres. Pulled out 4.3 seconds pretty much as they crossed the line. So Drake now in second position, holding back McKee. Those two pretty similar on the last lap. 51.4 for Drake, 51.1 for McKee, and a 51.6 for Eldridge. So 2, 3 and 4. You can't really split them, just half a second between all three of those last time through. I think that is where the race is going to be, as it was in qualifying. But the joker in the pack is McKee, who, as we say, qualified down in 7th, but after a blinding start already finds himself with the people he was racing with throughout the opening round of the season. And in the opening round, it was actually Mark Lauke, who's not here this weekend, who won 2 of the 4 races, but a retirement in the final race meant he did not take the round victory. So there's race victory sort of split everywhere. John Paul Drake took a win, but he also had 2 retirements. So he, after round 1, the reigning national champion, is 8th in the state series. He's got a lot of recovering to do this weekend.
Remember that round? Well, Mark Lauke dominated the qualifying sessions there, put himself on pole. Unfortunately, didn't quite get the meeting done with mechanical problems. Lauke Flour Mill's entry was just a bit unfamiliar, not seeing him here at this round. I was looking back to that black car there, which is Ian Eldridge, just behind McKee there. That's Andrew McKee. That's that's the store body style race car, almost like it's got a stealth-like look about it. It's extremely low to the ground. It's got a bit of a Batmobile look about it.
It does.
It's got a cool looking race car. Store race cars are actually engineered and produced in South Africa, and that is the only known, I think, store race car in Australia I know at this moment. Certainly in South Australia, and still covering it, has the same colour scheme as what he had in his Tirana back in the IP days, with the now global logistics livery on that particular race car.
You mentioned Batmobile look. Of course, John Paul Drake with the Joker written all over the car. Of course, that being a Wolf Racing car, Mistral. It's got a Peugeot turbo-charged engine, carbon fibre monocoque, front and rear crash structures, complete with the halo. You know, it's a modern race car, 2023, so only 12 months old, proper halo, as so many open wheel categories do have now. That really is a pristine car, is the one of John Paul Drake. But we're looking on screen at the moment, the fight between the 54 and the number 3 directly behind, another Golf liveried machine, the second one in 2 races. We saw one in the XLs and we've got another one out there now. That's Tim Cook behind the wheel of that particular machine. And
that's another one of the Wolf Minstrels there in that field. So the 54 got the Norma race car in front of it. Look how wide that Norma race car has got. A massive, must be very difficult to get past.
Yeah.
Certainly a lot wider than the other cars in the field.
And long as well.
Yeah, big car. Tim Cook there in the on-demand electrical entry there, because you mentioned the Golf-inspired livered car there. See, there's been a lot of cars that have had that livery on them over the years. But
how different does that number 3 sound as it passes under the pit straight camera? Really unique sound to it. The number 3 machine, for those particularly listening around the venue, they'll be able to hear it crystal clear trackside. But of course, we're bringing you the images and the sounds on Blendline TV. Around not only the country, but of course with streaming around the world as well. So wherever you are tuning in around the world, thank you very much for joining us on Blendline TV. If you're just tuning in, this is the South Australian Motor Racing Championship, round number 3 from the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park in South Australia. And on track we have the South Australian Prototype Championships. And yes, if you're enjoying what you are seeing, watch more grassroots motorsport. Head to www.blendline TV. Of course, last weekend I was at Winton for the New South Wales State Championship, and it's great though that Blendline have jumped on board and come to an agreement with the bend to not only show this round, but the remaining State Series rounds from the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park. Brilliant news for South Australian motorsport.
Recap here, Mark Short's in a lead car. That's John Paul Drake there. He's got Andrew McKee, who's been peppering away over the last few laps, but it hasn't been quite close enough, and that'll really come down to experience. Andrew McKee hasn't been in this game too long, so here they go, heading around turn 18. That's the final turn of the complex there. Heading down towards the full throttle there, top gear, flat to the floor, all the way down to turn 1. Very fast part of the circuit, and it's got a... It actually looks flat. You can see in that shot there, that little bit of a crash there, just at the braking markers that go underneath the footbridge there. It's quite with indecisive, you can't really see it from where it's, well, depending on which position you sit from, but it is a little bit of an uphill climb there just before the turn.
And it's caught out already. That crest is caught out because the rear goes light as you get that crest. You should really trying to push hard on the brakes. The rear goes light. We've already seen it, haven't we, already today in XLs just before. There was an incident there, but also as well, there's been a couple of Formula 4 crashes there as well. There was one in practice earlier today, and Mark Rosser as well had an incident down at turn number 1. And it just the car gets light in the rear as you go over that crest, as you're really trying to push hard on the brakes. Very easy to lock the rears, find yourself spinning left into the concrete wall.
Still having a look at second and third positions on the track. Still Drake and McKee there. They've actually dropped off Ian Eldridge. He's a little bit. He was on the back of McKee there, but these two fighting it out for second and third position on track have got away from Ian Eldridge. A bit further back, trying to spread themselves out. Just hasn't got enough pace. Certainly not under brakes there, down through that section there, McKee. And certainly in a straight line, Drake is very strong. So he really starts to get the Eldridge there, car on screen there, the store race car, the now global logistics entry.
So last time through, Drake, not a PB, 150.2. McKee behind 149.4 and a 149.7 for Eldridge. This time through, Drake sets a PB, 48.9. 49.3 for McKee, so this time it was Drake that was the faster of the two, and has extended that margin out to 0.8 of a second. Eldridge right in between the two with a 49.6, so 49.3, 49.6 and 48.9. Sorry, I'm getting all muddled there, but yeah, point is I'm trying to make, they are very close on times.
You're excused, Dan. it's quite easy to do here.
Yes, I'm trying to say they're very evenly matched at the moment. Lap on lap, it's changing who's the faster of the trio.
Tim Cook there just screaming down towards us there. Currently in 6th position on the field. And I'm just trying to pick out Phil Hughes. He's just gone across the main straight there. He's the last car in that pack behind Phil and Trollis there. Phil's in the Pilbeam race car, which is another spec of race car in this field as well.
On screen at the moment, on the left-hand side, they are the personal best laps for each driver. So Drake's actually got the second fastest lap of the race, I suppose you'd say, second fastest car. They're sort of in formation there, but it's changing lap on lap of who's faster. But overall, it is Drake that has set the fastest lap of that trio. But this is still a great battle between Gardner and Cook, as it has been all race long. These two seem to achieve their speed in different portions of the track, don't they?
Having a look at Simon Gardner there, he's going to make that normal race car extra wider there, I think, trying to get down through there with Tim Cook, who actually, his first round wasn't too shabby either. Did qualify okay. Wasn't quite up to the mark of some of the lead cars there towards the end, but still chasing around Simon Gardner there. Then, as I mentioned before, Simon Gardner, plenty of race driver experience there. As he has a look around, a big look at the mirrors there, just to see where his chaser is at the moment with Tim Cook.
John Paul Drake last time through extends that margin ever so slightly. It's a really, really good race in between those two in the fight for second position, but he's running out of laps. 2 laps to go is what we are being told, so less than 10 kilometres, and here they are. The margin, 0.6 of a second last time through. Looks like McKee's caught up in the first sector of this lap. That certainly looks less than 0.7 of a second.
Oh, yeah.
So they hit the back section of the course. Look at that, you can visibly see the number 13 machine closing in on the Joker liveried car, and he's forcing the reigning national champion to go defensive into turn number 13. This is well and truly on now with a lap and a half to go. What can the blue and yellow machine do? What can McKee do? The current championship leader, as we say, Drake, after a really challenging opening round, 2 retirements, is just looking for a big slab of points this weekend. Second to do the trick, but so would third, to be honest, but he wants second. He's a front runner, a real character in motorsport, not just in South Australia, but nationally as well. And one car got a bit squirrely there out of turn number 17.
That was Drake too. The car a little bit unsettled. Back at, I think it was turn 16. This is a Drake car, so I had a really good look at Drake in this driver's seat there, and you'll see him actually look across both mirrors here. Another look, he didn't quite do it there, but I saw him in the back of the seat. He's quite concerned about McKee.
Certainly
so he certainly is driving quite defensively, even though McKee doesn't quite have the pace.
Where's McKee? Where's McKee?
He's gone.
He's dropped behind. There's a problem for McKee. He has dropped a ton of time exiting turn number 1.
So he's now behind Ian Eldridge. So he's had an off-track excursion there somewhere. I don't know if we'll get a replay of that anywhere. I'm not too sure what happened.
Not sure. I don't think he went off track. He'd lost a bit more time than that, so I think he must have some sort of mechanical issue. Fingers crossed he can make it to the end, only losing the 1 position. But yeah, a troublesome final lap for McKee. Mr. Consistent in round number 1, hitting a couple of teething issues early in round number 2. No teething issues though for this man, Short. What a dominant performance, a couple of seconds a lap faster than anybody else in the field, and over 9 laps, so you're going to pull out a big margin, and that's exactly what the number 16 machine has done. Didn't take part in round number 1, but he starts round number 2 with a bang. Flames out the exhaust on the side. It's going to be Short that takes race number 1 in the South Australian Prototype Championships. A great performance from him. What a drive. He's going to take it by over 20 seconds from John Paul Drake. As we say, he was looking in his mirrors early in this lap. Fortunately for him, with the issues for McKee, that's allowed him to cruise home in second. But this fight further back continues between Gardner and Cook. And I think, oh no, McKee spun around at turn number 17. So his final lap goes from bad to worse. He's trying to refire the engine now. So third place has gone begging. Fourth place has gone begging. He's going to struggle to finish the race at all now. He's got it back facing the right way, and he's got some drive. But, oh, is there some fluid coming out the back of that? I thought I saw a bit of fluid. Not quite sure, but nevertheless, not good for the blue and yellow machine, who started so strongly here a month or so ago. He limps across the line in an incredibly disappointing 6th position, just holding off, and Drewas just behind. And Philip Hughes will round out the field, but real disastrous final lap there for McKee.
Certainly was. Not the way you want to finish off your motor race. Geez, he's just slipped all the way back to 6th position there.
If there's one crumb of comfort, at least he did finish. He has got some championship points.
That's the all white pill beam there. That's Phil Hughes. We haven't seen too much in the broadcast there, but That's a car that needs a livery. That looks a very plain, ghostly white, doesn't it? Hopefully get some sponsorship on board sometime in the near future. He'll finish in the final position there across the line. So Mark Short, well, what a dominating performance that is.
Certainly was.
So that's how we'll finish up. In fact, 21 seconds between him and Drake. Then back to Ian Eldridge, who did a bit of a babbery there, get himself up into third position from Simon Gardner. Tim Cook, then we talked about Andrew McKee back to sixth position. And then it's the two fields. We've got Adronis in front of Hughes, and that is the field of 8 cars to complete race 1 there for the SA prototypes here for their second round of the championship.
So, after what was quite an exciting affair, may not have too many numbers this round, but that was a really exciting opening race from the South Australian Prototype Championship. Look forward to seeing them tomorrow, but before that, we've got quite a lot of action still to come this afternoon on Blendline TV. We have up next the Circuit XL Trophy Series. So big field of cars, 32 XLs going to hit the track for that one. Action is guaranteed with that many XLs sharing a racetrack. Then race number 2 for the Alfa Romeos. Beyond that, we have the return of Formula 4. That will take place at 3:05 local time. And then to round out proceedings, marked cars and invited cars. But yes, up next we have Hyundai XL Trophies. Once again, we will take a short break. Myself, Dan McCarthy, and Mark alongside me will be back in just a moment. Welcome back to the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park in South Australia. About an hour's drive from the capital, Adelaide. We've got a big field of XLs on the circuit, the trophy race number 1. And we can see 8 laps ahead of us. Looking forward to this one. Joel Johnson starting from pole position ahead of Aaron Oliver. Nick Scaife, who hot off the back of winning the Masters race, also double dipping in trophy and starts from a very handy 3rd position alongside Hayne. Beyond that, we've got Curry, Sparks. Oh, here's the grid now. So Darcy Hayne. And then beyond that, after the 2nd row, Jacob Curry, Isaac Sparks, Cruz Frost, Matthew Totani, who raced RX-8s at Winton last week, now turns his attention back to XLs in position number 8.
A bit further back there, and we've got Shane Nowicki in the Mrs. XL Garage entry. The Grunter Racing Team entry there, Jake Gallia. Brody Dominic in the Robilia Racing entry. Fletcher Lewis, look out for that kid. Mrs. XL Garage entry. They've got the Warren Mining entry there. Jack Wallace, Adam Curry, back to Jackson Sullivan, another new name in the field as well.
Sorry, I had to cut away from that. We were about to go green.
Look at these 2 guys off the front here. This is going to be a blinding start here. Johnson loves the front. He loves to be in front of turn 1. That's where he wants to be. Oh, look at Sparks here trying to weave his way through. You can see Curry, or Jacob Curry in that field too. Watch this with the head on shot. Watch them fan out. Here they come. It's the charge of the Light Brigade XLs. And away they go. Johnson in front. And everyone's just trying to give themselves a track position. Jack Wallace has made his way through there in front of Curtis Higgs. Picked up another position there.
They've all done pretty well around turn number 1. No real contact at all. Don't want to jinx it too early, but good, clean start to proceedings. I noticed off the start, Hayne appeared to bog down a little bit, so he's dropped down from his starting position of 4th, just a couple of spots, not too dramatic, but he's dropped down to about 6th position, I believe. Here we go, 1, 2, 3 wide into the hairpin, are we? Oh, having a look up the inside of Scaife is the 27 machine of Curry. Good start from Curry, but unfortunately now he'll be on the outside. He'll be hung out to dry. He's got to try and slot back in behind Scaife if he wants to hold position, and does so. So he continues ahead of Sparks in the number 30 machine. But out front, Johnson's pulled a margin, and Aaron Oliver's trying to go with him, and they've gapped Scaife and Curry. So Curry up 1 spot, that spot on Hayne, and Hayne's dropped 2 in the opening sequence of corners. Look at all these XLs sweep around turn number 12, Crofty corner, and then up the hill now into the blind right-hander turn number 13. Such a tricky corner. You cannot see the exit curb of this corner. You've just got to know where it is, and you only do that by doing laps around this place. But yeah, there's no doubt about it. Oh, Gallia.
That's Gallia, the Grunter Motorsport Racing entry there. And that's the Castrol car that we saw in the previous race. There's a slight number change there.
Yes, yeah, gone from 11 to 71, the little strip across the top. And here we go, number 30 up the inside of 27, but up the inside of number 30 is the recovering 83 machine of Hayne. Good pass. Has he made it stick, though? It's hard to run too wide into turn number 18. You know that better than me, Mark. It's a pretty one-line groove around the final corner.
Yeah, it certainly is. Joel Johnson in his favourite position out in front. The Mildura base driver there, geez, he's a talent. You get him out in front, and he's probably the hardest man to catch. Here's the head-on. There's the 5 Autobahn entry. That's the lead car. 70 car there of Aaron Oliver in the Penrite entry. And he's got Nick Scaife, who just won the previous Masters race. And Hine in front of, that's the Sparks car, the Hampstead Auto and Dyno entry. And the Wiki just behind him, the Mrs. XL Garage entry. Side by side between Sparks here and Hine. No one's going to give an inch there. So they're back fighting it out for a 5th and 6th position, and tucked up behind them is Shane Nowicki.
Bit of bump drafting.
He's come from the clouds as well. Oh, gee. He's the smartest under brakes. Oh, look at the wheel lift there from Sparks there under brakes. So that means he's hit the anchors really late there, trying to gain a little bit of ground. Unfortunately, no, he's still got that position. Well, this is great door handle racing here, and on the inside again, trying to play the older 3-car trick there is Shane Nowicki, and he gets past Hayne there. So he gets up on the inside to get that position done.
That was a great pass.
Got Matt Tatani and the Peter Page Undo entry just behind them. So he's also coming to that group as well. Brody Dominic, who had a pretty successful first round also, and I think it was Hayne that might have dropped the wheel out there in the grass.
Yeah, number 25 machine, it was Nowicki. So that allowed the 83 of Hayne to close back on the tail after just taking that place. He's gone from looking ahead straight away to looking behind. He might lose the place. Good pass laid on the brakes. He's made it stick. His return serve. Hayne retakes that position. But yeah, Nowicki all from running wide at turn number 12, and he's run a bit wide there.
Well, someone ran wide there. That was the Brody Dominic car. You can see there were a bit of racing entry there, right up on the curb on the inside.
Or Tatani.
Oh, big brake lock as well. Tatani got involved there, and there's the car beyond. Is that Frost involved in that group as well?
Yes, it is. It is.
Gee, it's busy down that section of the track.
Good gaggle of cars, 5 of them, nose to tail, exiting the final corner, all fighting for real estate, all evenly matched on pace, because once again Nowicki is reset after those couple of mistakes mid-lap, and he is right on the rear bumper, touching the rear bumper, bump drafting down pit straight here at the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park. He has a look, but he can't make it stick. The number 83 of Hayne is so good under brakes, no matter what. Nowicki can't make it stick in a braking zone. That's why he had to make a strange move, a unique move down the back section around turn number 9 and 10, because under brakes the 83 is fantastic.
2 cars, Bailey Perriman in the orange stripe car. A bit of contact between him and Jordan Johnson there. Second of the Hampstead Auto entries. A little bit further back in the field.
Here we go.
Have a look here. That's Jack Wallace, the Warren Mining is on the inside. Second generation racer there. Fairly new to this category. And then the 56 car, which is Fletcher Lewis. Now that's an interesting competitor there. They actually run a talent-seeking competition at Mallard Motorsport earlier in the year in a pretty hot day, and he actually won that competition.
There you go.
And now he becomes a part of this series. So he's only had his second race meeting in the Mrs. Mechanical entry, or the high-tech oils entry.
Tatani up the inside. Couldn't quite see the number 64, that is. Sorry to cut you off there. Yeah, Frost and Tatani. In fact, we could go 3 wide here. Close your eyes. I'm not sure I want to watch this into turn number 13. Tatani, good heads-up driving. He could see both cars either side, and he got out of that. Oh dear.
In the weeds.
There's a few cars off, I think.
Gee, that was a bit willing to say the least. Goodness me. Brody Dominic was in that fray too, and he's charging his way through. That's the car on screen, right on cue there. See the 22 Robilla Racing entry. Much improved race car driver in this series. Fastest lap there has gone to our leader, which is car 5 of the Autobahn, a Mildura entry there of Joel Johnson, the 2:23.3, and that's because now he has a 3-second gap between first and second position, which is actually Aaron Oliver at the moment. And there's Lewis putting the hard word on Brody Dominic. 22 car there in shot, and the 10 car just behind there of Jake Gallier in the Grunter Motorsport entry. And just behind them is Adam Curry. You see the bright fluoro colours on that car just tucked in behind. Look how busy it is. Over the crest there, down at the braking market there at turn 1.
Can't take your eyes off this, can you? The action is fantastic in this opening XL Trophy race of the weekend. Lewis and Dominic continue to trade door paint, and it's the number 56 at this point in time that is back ahead of the number 22, but that could change in a heartbeat, the flick of a switch. But I think Dominic now has the number 10 Penrite sponsored machine behind him. That's Gallier, and then Adam Curry. In fact, Curry is going to have a look down at turn number 6. No, can't make it stick. We move further up the order now. We look at number 30 and number 27. There's been a change this lap. Sparks now ahead of Curry. In fact, Sparks is pretty much matching his second fastest car on the racetrack, so moves up to fourth, the number 30 machine. Sparks is flying. The only car faster on the racetrack currently is the race leader Joel Johnson, who has absolutely bolted 4.5 seconds down the road on the rest of the field. He took a couple of wins at round one, but a poor result in race number 3 meant he only finished 5th for the round. The series leader after the opening round is Aaron Oliver in second position. And we see a replay.
What's happening here, we've got Hine there, and this is like the pass that we've shown. That's Shane Nowicki on the inside, the Mrs. XL garage entry. Hine there a little bit wide under brakes.
Tries the crisscross, does the 83 machine, but can't make it stick. Here we are, Aaron Oliver and Nick Scaife nose to tail, and then behind we still see Sparks and Hayne. I think Sparks will be on those two in the fight for second with the speed he's showing at this particular moment.
Slowing car, that's the Hayne car we were just talking about.
I think that was a missed gear. I think he's all right. He seemed to get up to speed again. Yeah, I think it was just a missed gear. Or 4 wheels through the grass on the exit of the final corner.
That was Nick Scaife.
It was.
Yeah, he was trying a bit of forward drive material there. Didn't quite work. He managed to get back on track. Yeah, there's a race leader. We look at on shot there.
Only time he's been on camera. Here goes Scaife to the inside.
Oh, he got underneath Aaron Oliver there. And, he's a squeal. His tyres screaming in pain there under brakes there at turn 1. Tatani on the inside. He's looking for Fletcher Lewis as well. He gets off on the inside of Brodie Dominic as well. Goodness me, it's a game of checkers out there with all these moves.
This is awesome. Absolutely awesome. So Lewis in the 56 is now ahead of Totani. Here we are in the fight for second once again. And look, there is the 30 machine as well to make it a 3-car scrap for second. Lockup, big lockup, major lockup for Aaron Oliver. He's going to miss the apex. Oh no, actually, I think he made the apex despite the major lockup. But he's going to be driving around now on effectively a 50-cent piece. He's going to be feeling that in his fillings if he's got any. He's quite a young man, Aaron Oliver. Probably doesn't have any fillings, unlike myself. But Scaife is all over the tail of him, and Sparks just in behind as well. The intensity is lifting lap upon lap, and Scaife applying the blowtorch, but he's got to look in his mirror now for Sparks behind. And to be honest, I think Sparks has to look at Curry behind as well. It's now a 4-car train in the fight for second position. We said we were looking forward to this one at the start of the day. Well, it's well and truly delivered, hasn't it, so far?
Certainly, Jacob Curry there, hard charging there up behind him, because the thing is with cars like this, you got Oliver now driving defensively with Scaife behind him for second and third. Sparks had a very good first round. Remember, it did qualify very strongly. Probably not quite as good here at this meeting. So he's had to actually work his way through the field somewhat. There's the 30 car right on cue there on our screen. That's a new livery for that car for this Series 2, or this season. Got the Hampstead Auto and Dyno sponsorship on the side of that car. There's 2 of those cars. Jordan Johnson supports that livery as well. And meanwhile, under brakes, Oliver driving pretty defensively from Scaife. So, Sparks out over the curbing. Not exactly where you want to be. I'll tell you what, Curry's eyes must be at wider sources there at the moment.
Great run from Scaife off the final corner as we commence the final lap of the race. As Scaife finally made it work. He's finally got the high ground. He's got the inside line, and he might be followed through by Sparks as they brake hard. Sparks and the Pembroke machine of Oliver are side by side around 1, but Scaife has certainly taken second. Number 70, Oliver just about holds on to second position. But Scaife taking up the running in second, although he's got a slow exit out of turn number 3, and he's going to have to go defensive already. He wouldn't have wanted that, so a mistake out of there, just didn't get any drive. Maybe couldn't quite find a gear, but he's having to defend straight away from the young Aaron Oliver, who's going to get the cutback, forcing Scaife to go defensive, looking for a nice run out the hairpin. He's got it, but he's not going to be able to do anything with that. It wasn't quite a good enough exit to make any sort of move around this back section of the course as the road falls away from you. Who's your money on at home? Who's it going to be? Scaife, Oliver, or Sparks, or could they all come to blows and we see
I hope not.
no, the curry machine do it, but no, we don't want to see that, absolutely. But it's a very much 4-car battle. Any one of these can take second position. There's still multiple overtaking opportunities ahead of us. We've got turn number 13 here. We've still got 14, 17, and potentially even turn number 18 as well. Scaife's put in a really good middle sector to sort of stop the attack at this point in time, and in fact it's the number 30 that looks like the aggressor at this point in time, but within a corner it changes. Look at the Penrite machine, hone in on the tail. In fact, I think he's doing a little bit of Morse code, tap tap. I'm here, Scaife. I'm going to have a big look down into 17. Scaife defends to a point and has to defend even more down into 17. Oliver can't go around the outside. He'll have to cut back, but he runs wide. Here comes Sparks up the inside. Sparks looks like he's going to take third, but across the line, Joel Johnson takes the win. Sparks up the inside of number 70. Oliver into the final corner. Oliver 4 wheels off through the grass. Who's going to take it? It's going to be Scaife just. And then beyond that, Sparks, Curry and Aaron Oliver, who sat third in the final couple of corners, falls to 5th position. What a cracking battle in the Excel Trophy race number 1. Brilliant battle for second. Scaife prevailing in the end. Less than a second between the 4 cars, but the scraps continue further on down the field. A couple of P-platers.
Now, Jacob Lings is the SMS entry there. And coming from our junior development program, he's 17 years of age, by the way. He's just making his way through to pick up or finish his race. A couple of young guys are at the back of the field there.
As we see the cars come across the line, we're just going to cut back to this battling further back down the field on the final lap. We were too engrossed in what was happening further forwards. Tabitha Ambrose, the daughter of 2-time Supercars champion Marcus Ambrose in the black 199 machine, right in the thick of the action there. She started about 19th, I think, just inside the top 20, but really came home strong and finished in 14th place. I was watching her steady progress throughout that race, so I expect her to continue that march forward throughout the weekend as she learns this Bend Motorsport Park circuit.
Here we go, here's the recap. So it's Johnson from Scaife, Isaac Sparks, Jacob Curry, Oliver, Darcy Hine, Shane Nowicki, Fletcher Lewis, Matt Tatani, Adam Curry for the top 10. Let's have a look at them all. Brodie Dominic, Jake Gallier, Curtis Sinks, Tabitha Ambrose we were just talking about, Cruz Frost, Braden Coe, Aidan Brand, Jack Wallace, Jordan Johnson, Bailey Perriman to round out the top 20. Got the 14-year-old Jet Zirk there, finished up in 21st position. Then we go back to Jacob Lings, Chase Gowsell, Emily Covavelio, then Ethan Whitehead, Sam Woodland, Graham Higgs, Ollie Patterson, the camel car. Then we go back to Cass Hoare and Adrian Gallier a long way back in the field. And that's a big field of cars, goodness me. that's a lot to get through.
Certainly is, they just kept coming and coming. So we can see the Formula 4 cars are beginning to be prepared. But before that, we have the second 6-lap encounter for the Alfa Romeos. They put on a pretty good show earlier on today. Looking forward to what they can do for their second race. But the highlight as well, not too far away now, the return of Australian Formula 4. That will be right here on Blendline TV in a few minutes' time. We'll be back shortly after this break. Cars are on the track. Alfa Romeo Racing, race number 2, just moments away from commencing. It was a great battle between the top 2. It was a battle in the top 3 at one stage, but unfortunately Grierson coming to a halt midway through that race, sorry.
Yeah, look, Grierson, unfortunately, gearbox troubles. He's lost all his gears, but he's lucky enough that he brought a spare box with him, so overnight they'll be working to get that replaced. Unfortunately, not ready for this particular race, but he will be back out there tomorrow. The other notable DNFs from earlier today, Peter Tillett is back out there in the 147 Twin Spark, starting rear of grid. He had an accelerator pedal malfunction, and he's replaced that, so now he's back out there. Unfortunately, Bruce Field was unable to repair his car, so he won't be starting at all. But at least we've got one car back out there, and Simon will be back with us tomorrow.
So as we look through the grid,
So we've got Peter Axford, Rick McGoffin in 9th, Robert McKee in 10th, Richard McKee in 11th, Raymond Pignataro in 12th. We've got Simon Grierson 13, John Burkhart 14, Field in 15, Peter Tillett in 16. Oh, it looks like Bruce Field has repaired the car and is back out there, which is great. Bit of an opposite start to this morning's race, or earlier today's race, where Alfio was a little bit, Carl was a bit further behind the race leader. In this particular instance, Carl in second position is in front of Alfio in first position. We'll be looking to get a great start out of that 147 GTA.
Sorry, Mike, I just we had a change of commentators there as Dan's just ducked out of the room, and we're away here. Let's have a look at the start.
Mirabella off the start, the 147 GTA, as we expected. Great start, although Alfio does have the inside line and will look to cover that line, which he is. David Parkin's got himself up in the third position and will look to cover his line as well over Bill McGoffin. And now the 147's Peter Tillett is already up at the top of the 147s off the start. Brad Wilson making the move there, but unfortunately doesn't have the best line, but has, or he'll try and make it stick. No, he doesn't, around the outside.
Okay, so Mr. Mickey looks like he's going to be the race leader there from Mirabella. Goffin, as you just caught there. Just I've had a look at these Alphas this weekend. So,
got Ray Pignataro there in the little Alfa Sud, beautiful car.
That's a pretty familiar name, the Sud, isn't it?
It is.
It's a bit of an iconic name in Alfa Romeo racing.
We've got a few that come out. Unfortunately, only one this particular weekend, but there are a few guys with Suds that come out and race with us. There used to be a Sud class, not that race with us, but yeah, just a great little car.
The car there, McKee, the car on screen there at the moment. It's more one bit of machinery that's circulating out there.
That's Robert McKee, currently in hang on a sec, what position is he? Number 7.
So heading down towards, we'll get another lap down there. Heading to where are we? Down towards turn 17 there. Down to Alfa Romeos here. Of course, we failed to mention that, of course, all these drivers are now from interstate or Sydney-based drivers. It's great to have them here at the Bend here this weekend. It's certainly the first time I've actually sat down and put a headset on a quarter Alfa race, but it's something a little bit different.
Yeah, look,
I've got a lot of other Italian breeds, but I don't think I've done too many Alfas.
No, not many guys have. And look, we do have a great field. You can see a move there being made by the 105 on Peter Tillett. He'll have a look down the inside, but yeah, not enough room for him to go through. And Peter Tillett does make that car stick. I was chasing him around in practice, and he does pedal that car very, very well. But that is a great battle that they're having, old versus new there.
Yeah, very different pieces of machinery. The sort of the Group S style race car there in behind. Sort of old classic body style Alfa.
He's got the legs down the straight, the 105, but he's got the outside line for turn 1, so we'll see what happens here under brakes.
The Martini liver car there with the indicator to being very polite to turn left. Or right, I should say.
Most of the guys are quite polite, but amongst the twin spark cars, it does get a little bit willing. There's
This
Brad
should be a group that obviously have not seen the Bend Motorsport complex here to this point, so obviously racing a much tighter circuit like Sydney Motorsport Park. It's quite a different comparison, although they've got someone that's got an Alfa lawnmower out there at the moment. Just trying to pick out who that was.
Yeah, I think that was Robert McKee in the number 7 147 twin spark that went a little bit wide there and clipped the grass. And there at number 65 is Richard McKee, which is the old man, so that's their father. And we've got the two sons running in front, which is a sec. Which is David and Robert.
So recap at the moment, it's Mr. Mickey in front, Mirabella second, and then we've got Dave Parkin, one of our local SA drivers there.
He's done himself very well to get up into third position. I know that Bill McGoffin, who's currently in fourth with the Julietta, was going quite well in race one. Oh, we've got another car off. That's Rick McGoffin in the 156 twin spark. Got himself a little bit bent out of shape there. He's making his way back to the track.
He's got well wide. Looks like it's down the northern end of the track there.
A little bit of understeer in that car, and he's just gone straight off.
In fact, that's turn 13.
A little bit unusual for Rick. He's usually a very composed driver. He's been racing that 156 twin spark for a little while now. Another beautiful 105 on screen, number 98.
That's a real classic style, isn't it? It's one of the 105 style cars there.
No.
Ashby behind the wheel.
Yeah, he's been chasing down Peter Tillett. It looks like he's dropped back a little bit now. We'll see if he makes up any room down the straight, because that car does have the legs down the straight. The twin spark's unfortunately not very powerful car, but the racing between them is very close because of the fact that the rules don't allow many extreme modifications, so it keeps the group nice and close, and it keeps them very, very exciting racing.
South Australian driver, the 62 car, that's Peter Axford. Great to see Peter back behind the having to steer again. Been a long time competitor in that race car. That's done a lot of laps, not so much here, but certainly at Mallala and a few other interstate competitions. Yes, we've seen it to historical meetings.
Beautiful car. Get a chance, go and look at it down in the pits. Awesome car, very well kept.
Peter, he loves this car. It's been a great car over many years. He's here with the rest of our interstate crew here this week. Oh gee, there we go.
Straight off.
We've just given him the mockers there. It happens every single time. Give a bloke a rap and what happens? Right on cue.
Like you knew we were talking about him. So we've gone to the other 105, number 98, which is Ashby here. Hopefully the same thing doesn't happen to Ashby now that we're talking about him.
It's a real classic style, isn't it?
Another very well kept 105 style car.
So here's a replay. Pete would be a little bit embarrassed about this, I would have thought. What did he do here? Oh, he's just gone wide there and just outdone himself.
Yeah, unfortunately the car just didn't turn in. He's just gone straight off. Bit too hard.
He'd be pretty upset he might have got the car dirty.
He'll be cleaning it back in the pits, I can assure you. So now we've got Peter Tillett, who's on the move. He'll be looking to get back up to the 105 in front. But again, got the legs down the straight, but the 147 is good around the tight corners. It just change of direction. You can see him bouncing off the ripple strip there up on two wheels. He does pedal that car very, very hard. Probably why he broke his accelerator pedal in race one, just snapped it off. He's obviously trying to get as much power out of that car as possible, and maybe he thought pushing the accelerator pedal a little bit harder was going to get a little bit more performance out of it.
I was just about to mention, I was just looking at the Mirabella time, and he has just posted the fastest race lap time there, 2:21.57. So
he keeps on turning it up, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's actually increased the margin there, 4.2 seconds between him and Dave Parkin. He's been a bit of a hard charger there too. Picked up a couple of spots.
Picked up another spot. He was in third. He's picked up a spot and gone up to second place. We've got Brad Wilson on screen there, another very fast twin spark car, good driver. He's trying to hold his position there. Currently second in the twin sparks. Peter Tillett is 2 in front, but in between them they have a 105. But Brad Wilson will definitely want to keep his second place finish. David McKee is behind Brad Wilson, which we're seeing, actually we're seeing Robert on screen, but David McKee is now 3rd in the class of twin sparks, and he'll want to keep that spot as well. He finished 1st in the in race 1.
Taro there in the 84 car. That's a different style of Alfa too. That's
the Sud.
The Sud. I should have better make that out. I've seen plenty of Suds every time, but
well, he's got the big front wing on it, so it's a little bit different from the front end. But these two are having a very good battle as well, McKee and McGoffin.
It's the battle of the Max there. And they're currently
McGoffin had a very good look.
12th position on track.
Down under brakes, had a very good look on the inside and made it stick. So McGoffin obviously had an off earlier on, and he's starting to claw his way back through the twin spark field. Love to make up a few spots there.
Tell you what, the challenge is not over yet.
No, it's definitely not.
There's still game on. They're a bit further back in the field, but they're having their own little battle.
Yeah, McKee was having another look.
Down the back of the circuit. That's right down the far part of the circuit. They've gone around turn 10. See the trees there in the background. And then I'll turn in and head back and look towards the main complex, which will come into shot in just a moment. In fact, we've changed cameras.
Yeah, Rick's made a little bit of a gap there, so it looks like he was the faster car, and he'll try and get himself up a few more positions if he can. As I said before, Rick's generally a composed driver. He proved us wrong a little bit by going off track, but he's got it back on there, and he's already made up 1 position, so I'm sure that he'll definitely do as much as he can to get up a few more spots.
Look, race leader has actually increased his lead now, 4.5 seconds between Mirabella and Dave Parker, who I thought was starting to make up a little bit of ground, but the race leader is strong at the moment. That's the 707 car. Someone might have got himself sorted out.
Yeah, look, Parker might find himself closer to Carl Mirabella if he can. Their only fastest lap is about 3/10 behind, so if he can turn up the car a few notches, he can get himself up 4 seconds gap, as we said, but you know, he can try and get up there.
Car there.
We've got Brad Wilson here, extending the lead just slightly, just turning it up a little bit more.
Currently in 8th position on track. He's got no one to play with at the moment. He's just been left alone.
He was under pressure, but he's as I said, he's turned up that notch a little bit. He's pedaling that car as much as he can. Here's David Parker.
There's Parker now.
Very good drive from David to get up into 2nd position. That's fantastic for one of the South Australian guys.
He's done a great job with the livery on that car. That looks super cool.
Yeah, it's a gorgeous car.
The Alfa Racing livery there. And
he's sort of on his own as well, but he is trying to turn it up to get onto the back of Carl Mirabella. As we said, only 0.3 off the fastest times. There we go, race leader, Carl Mirabella. He's just set the fastest time once again, so he is still turning it up a few notches in that 147 GTA. He has been on fire this weekend. Came 2nd in the first race earlier today, but obviously now just got himself away from the pack. He's freed himself up, and he is just on fire.
And that gives you a great look at the 1st, 2nd and 3rd cars on track. Just gives you a good indication of the gap between those cars. There's parking there in the red livered car behind him.
And then we've got Alfio Musumeci in the 2-litre turbo car. He's going a little bit slower than we'd expect, maybe mechanical drama, but he's down in 3rd position. And there we've got number 94, White Julietta of Bill McGoffin. He's been
the hazard lights on.
Oh, the hazard lights come on. There's a bit of a story behind that. The hazard lights in those Juliettas come on when the ABS comes on.
Okay.
So you'll always see them if you're sitting behind them on the track. When you're coming up to the corners, it's not the guy turning on the hazards to throw you off your racing line. It's because the ABS is activated. But he's also been turning it up this weekend, Bill.
It's got the retro martini liver stripes there.
Yep, and you'll see him in the pits. Bill and his son Rick, who's got the 156 Twin Spark, are in their martini racing jackets, so their cars match their clothing.
That's cool, isn't it? If you can do that, get the whole kit together.
Yeah, absolutely. But no, very well kept car as well. That Juliet has been racing with us under several different owners for a couple of years now. But no, he'll be trying to get onto the back of Alfio at some point, unless Alfio turns it up another notch. It looks like the gap is decreasing there. It looks like Bill is getting a little bit closer.
Certainly be able to tell you in a minute when we have a look at their race times.
Yeah, Alfio will be on the defence. Although fastest lap, Alfio is 2 seconds quicker roughly, but they're only about 1.4 in terms of the gap between them.
Well, Alfie's just done his quickest lap there too, by the way.
He has.
That's a good lap, 2:21.8. So
yeah, he's 0.7 or 0.6 off the race leader. 0.4 off the car in front of him, David Parkin.
So he has responded a bit there. Put the foot down a little bit harder.
Oh, a little bit of a lock up.
Geez, here we go again.
That'll get Bill.
There's that commentator's curse again.
Give the opportunity to Bill to get a little bit closer.
And now he's right on his hammer.
Yeah, we'll see what
I
happens.
reckon his eyes would be wide as saucers down through that section of the track and thought, wow.
The excitement of Bill.
He's licking his lips.
Let's see if he's ready to make a move. But I think the 2-litre turbo will open its legs. I mean, stretch its legs down the straight. And Bill, yeah, unfortunately, there's dropped back a little bit further than he probably would have hoped.
Gaff and their car on screen. Heading down to the main straight here.
Peter Tiller's still having a battle between the two 105s. Quickest twin spark there by quite a fair margin. But he has been having a battle with both of these 105s at one point or another during this race. You can see that car's a little bit beaten up on the side. If you can see on screen, it's got a few hits on there.
A few war wounds, we call those. That'll always happen.
Yeah, with the twin sparks, they definitely get a bit close. I always get a bit concerned when I'm racing with those guys.
So we're inside the final 2 laps here of this race. Alfa Romeo. Still car Mirabella. Well, it has been a dominating performance today. And once again, we look at that margin there on our screen, and it is widened even further.
Yeah, Parkin's dropped back to 6.6, so another 2 seconds since the last time we checked in on the gap. So it looks like Mirabella will take this out as long as nothing happens between now and the end of this race.
Gafford just put in his fastest lap there too, 2:22.27. Currently in 4th position on track.
Yeah, Bill was turning it up to try and get onto the back of Alfio Musamichi.
Haven't got those cars on track at the moment. We certainly have Peter Axford in screenshot there.
Yeah, 2 Peters. You've got Peter Axford and Peter Tillett behind in the 147 Twin Spark, the silver one on screen. And there's Carl Mirabella out in front. You can see just the gap that he's pulled to second. He's just extended that. That car has been on fire. And he's just managed to keep on turning it up. Oh, and Alfio Musamichi out trying to get in front of David Parkin down the straight. I don't know if he's passed him. He looks like, no, he hasn't.
Parkin's got to the crest first there.
No, he did.
So, well, Alfie's just put the fastest time of the race down too.
2:20.1.
Speaks volumes. Probably hasn't carried that speed into this lap, which is actually the final lap to the checker flag here.
And that is the fastest lap of the race at 2:20.1 by Alfio Musamichi. So if he puts in a good lap together, he might get onto the back of David Parkin and be able to take him at some point to get back into 2nd position. Bill's also on the back of Alfio again, so he might have the chance to get into 3rd, pending Alfio making any mistakes or stringing this lap together. The gap's narrowing down a little bit.
Yeah, he's not going to have enough time probably to catch him here. They're inside the final lap. Oh, not too bad under brakes there.
Yeah, Bill's having a look.
Quite close enough. Yeah, trying to pick out where they are. They're down the back of the eastern end of the circuit there, that pair. And heading towards turn 11 and 12 complex down the back. And there comes Carl Mirabella, and he'll take out his first race victory here for the weekend.
Yeah, great drive from Carl to get himself that far in front. Just a fantastic drive. We're talking to him in the pits. This is one of his days. That car's taken him a little while to get it sorted, but it looks like he's finally got it to a point where he can go out and win races with it.
So down to turn 18. They can make that 17. Then it'll be 18. Really get him in numerical order there.
You can see there in the background, Alfa Musumeci was right on the tail of David Parkin. We've got Carl about to cross the finish line in first place. Great work to Carl. But it'll be interesting to see who gets the better of second place between David Parkin and Alfa Musumeci.
I think Parkin might just hold on here. Or really?
It was a photo finish.
Let's have a look.
Musumeci graduated to second position off the just before the finish line. So use the power of the turbo to take him before the line. So Parkin crossed in third, and Bill McGoffin in fourth place. Axford in fifth, and Tillett in sixth.
Comes those cars now.
So
that's the Ashby car.
Ashby.
Brad,
and Peter Tillett. So Ashby in fifth, Peter Tillett crossing the line now in the silver twin spark, and we've got the
Peter
red
Axford.
105, Peter Axford.
And then it'll be the Wilson car, hopefully.
That's Brad Wilson, silver 147. And Robert McKee. So Wilson was able to defend that position. So he'll be wrapped with that.
Come through. We've still got the Rob McKee car to come through. They're a little bit further back of the field. They're rounding out the top 10 there.
Great race with a number of different battles between the front enders, the twin sparks, and then those 105s battling with Peter Tillett in his twin spark. It was a very interesting race, and we'll be back tomorrow for race 3, which hopefully will have Simon Grierson in the 777 car. That's the red GDV6 with the 3.2 litre quad cam engine. He'll definitely be a contender for the top 3, but starting rear of grid, that'll be a very interesting race.
This is nobody wants to finish last, because that's the last position that we're seeing on screen there at the moment.
Yeah, Richard McKee and Ray Pignataro there.
Oh, he might get him
out
here. You've got to have on the inside there, the Sood. Did he?
He's having a look, but I think he's too far behind for this corner.
Nobody wants the wooden spoon here.
No, fortunately
hang on a minute. It's not over.
Who has the legs?
I think McKee might hang on there.
Yeah, McKee's got the legs down the straight. No, but definitely join us for tomorrow's race. Yeah, it'll be great seeing Simon battle from rear of grid in his GDV6.
And that is the full field. Let's have a look at the final results there. So Carmelo Mirabella is obviously taking a convincing win, as we said. Musumeci, Parkin, Bill McGoffin, James Ashby, Peter Tillett, Peter Axford, Brad Wilson, David McKee and Robin McKee to round out the top 10 there. A little bit further back, you see how far away they were. There we go, Rick McGaffin, Richard McKee, Ray Pignataro, Simon Grierson. Well, they didn't start.
Yep, he'll be out there tomorrow.
They were non-starters, but hopefully that car will be back. And obviously we lost Bruce Field earlier. I think his weekend might be done and dusted. And
John Burkhart we lost as well. Unfortunately, John had some issues with his gearbox. So bit of a gearbox weekend issues for the Alphas. But as I said, we're going, Simon Grierson will be back out there tomorrow.
Thanks, Michael. Well, we've got the big one coming up next, because it's going to be our first race for the Australian Formula 4. And while we get organised for that, we'll have a short break from commentary, and we'll be back with the reintroduction of Formula 4 racing here in South Australia.
parts of the race are currently playing out.
Australian Formula 4, yes, the Australian Formula 4 Championship is back after a 5-year hiatus. The last race was here at the Bend Motorsport Park in 2019, so it's only fitting that it sees the return of the championship in 2024. Few new names, new chassis, new engine as well. There's lots of things to look forward to in this championship. Good field of youngsters, but also some older gentlemen as well in the Masters category. We're not too far away from getting the opening race of the weekend underway. As we can see, the cars are on the grid. There's been many stars come through already in its previous iteration. Red Bull Junior driver Liam Lawson, Thomas Randall, Will Brown, Zane Goddard even. There's been quite a number of names that have come through this category already in Australia. So great to have it back on our shores. Very much looking forward to seeing what race number 1 has to offer. But earlier on today, or yesterday in fact, I had a chat with AGI boss Adam Gotch and driver Nathan Gotch, and here's what they had to say about Formula 4 returning to Australia. Down here in the lane with the Gotches. Now they're pretty essential in this category at the moment. So Adam, talk us through everything that's been going on behind the scenes to make this possible, the revival of Australian Formula 4.
Yeah, look, we've been working on the return of Aussie F4 for at least 6 months now. We've been on the road since August last year. We did Asian F4, which then moved into the UAE F4, and it was a natural fit for us, for Australian F4 to return with the new Tatus car here. So here we are at the Bend, and we've got a 5-round championship this year, and we're looking forward to it.
Yeah, it's pretty cool to have the category back. Got a good championship ahead, for say 5 rounds, finishing off in Malaysia.
Yeah, that's right. We'll finish off in Malaysia. The Ferrari Driver Academy will be a few weeks after that, and then we'll start Asian F4 at the same circuit, so it's a good fit for us.
Absolutely. And Nathan, you're one of the drivers this weekend. The cars, of course, they've changed since F4 was last here in Australia. Talk us through the difference in the car, the chassis, etc.
Yeah, so this one's a Tatus chassis, much closer to a Formula 3 car, to be honest. It's got a bit of a good floor on it. It's a very light car, floating disc brakes, which makes it a much better brake pedal. So feels very similar to F3, just a little bit down on the power. Awesome to drive. First time I've driven an Anger, first time at the Bend, and yeah, I'm just getting used to it, but it's really, really awesome bit of gear.
How do you think it'll be for racing, particularly around the Bend? 2 rounds at the Bend, the first 2 rounds. So yeah, how do you think the racing's going to be within the category?
Yeah, it's going to be close. It's going to be really close. The guys at the front are, within a second. The Masters classes are getting closer and closer now that we've done a few laps here. Big long straight, you can get a toe down there, so you can have some fun down into turn 1 for sure. I'm looking forward to it. It's going to be awesome.
Awesome. Just going back to you, Adam, a lot of cars that you're running this weekend must be pretty manic for you at times.
Yeah, we're running 7 cars across 2 teams, so there's a lot of moving parts involved, and but it's we've run 6 before, so we just add another one. So it's all good.
Their AGI Sport driver Jimmy Physick will start from pole position in this race. In recent times, he's gone overseas and raced in British Formula 4 and done so very successfully, taking a couple of wins over there, and that comes off the back of a successful stint in Formula Ford racing. So real open wheel pedigree is Jimmy Physick. He's certainly one to watch for in the championship this year. I had a quick chat to Jimmy just prior to qualifying, and this is what he had to say on all things Australian Formula 4. Down here with Jimmy Physick. He's formerly raced in Formula Ford, raced overseas in recent times. So back in Australia, mate.
Yeah, back in Australia. It's good being home. We did British F4 last year. Was in the UK all last year. Lots of experience learned over there. It was a very, very, very good year. So yeah, just back in Australia, back home, racing in the home soil.
Yeah, for you, very successful. Couple of wins over there on some legendary circuits. Must have been a really, really great experience, and must be taking that forwards into this championship.
Yeah, definitely it was a really good experience. Like I learnt so much with my driving. Yeah, it was very, very phenomenal being over there. And yeah, the historical tracks over there are just, some of those tracks over there are ridiculous. Like they're just, the tracks, and they're so skinny, then the balls are so close and they're up and down, and they're really good tracks.
For you, being back here in this machinery, you must be feeling pretty confident and really looking forward to a good season.
Yeah, I'm feeling pretty confident with myself in the car. Fitness-wise as well, I'm feeling pretty good. But yeah, you never really know until you hit sort of quali where you're really at. So yeah, obviously I got a bit of confidence, but we never really know. I'm always going to still try work to be faster on track, regardless where I am.
For you, you know a few of the tracks that are coming up, but there is, of course, the round at the end of the season in Malaysia as well.
Yeah, definitely. So we got around Sepang. I've been there a couple of times, so yeah, it'll be interesting getting back over there and seeing what we can do, really.
Yeah, absolutely. And as well, there's a bit of a prize on the line, isn't there, after the first 3 rounds? If you're in the top 5, you've got the opportunity to go in the Ferrari Academy camp. That must be something you're targeting.
Yeah, well, I don't really think that's our main focus for the season. I think the main focus of the season is going to be the championship and seeing what we can do with that.
Absolutely. Well, thanks very much, mate, and best of luck for the weekend and the rest of the season.
Perfect, thank you.
Pretty cool what he's achieved already in his young career, of course, racing in British F4, winning at Silverstone and Snetterton. Another young charger, the only female on the grid. Great to have females in the category. It's Joanne Ciconti, and she's really young. She actually had a round in a Formula 4 car earlier on in the year as part of the Formula Open series. So she's got a little bit of open-wheeler background. Prior to that, she'd only done karting, so a bit of a launch into the unknown for her this year, but she is certainly swimming. She's doing a fantastic job. Qualified comfortably inside the top 10, and I had a chat to Joanne yesterday. Down here with Joanne Ciconti. She's competing in Australian Formula 4 this weekend. How are you finding things so far?
Pretty good. The track is amazing. I love it. I love how it's technical in its own way. It's super fast. So I think I'm looking forward to this weekend.
You're pretty young from what I understand. How old are you, and when did you first get into motor racing?
I'm 15 and I'm turning 16 this year, and I've been doing go-karting for 5 years, and this year I've started on Formula.
You had a go earlier in the year at Sandown, didn't you? Is that sort of getting yourself ready for this weekend and the coming rounds?
Yeah, so Sandown was my first official race in a Formula. That was great to get a race underneath my belt, but yeah, I'm looking forward to do more races.
And yeah, looking ahead, what are your goals, your targets, not just this year but beyond? Where do you want to go?
So this year I'm just looking forward to gaining experience, and hopefully I can reach my dream goal, which is joining the F1 Academy.
Absolutely, of course, there is a bit of a prize on the line, isn't there? The Ferrari Academy, if you're in the top 5 after the first 3 rounds, that must be something you're targeting.
Yeah, definitely. I hope to really show the world that females can race too.
Thanks very much, and best of luck for the weekend.
Thank you, see yous.
Future star, that is for sure, and she's setting her sights on a international career with Formula Academy, of course, the all-women series that now follows Formula 1 around the world, and is actually at Miami this weekend as a support category over in the United States of America. So that's where she has set her sights, and there will be nothing stopping her. This will get her name on the map, that is for certain. So this is what we have ahead of us, round 1 of the Australian Formula 4 Championship, 25 minutes plus 1 lap around the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park. This is set to be a good race as we see the cars head off on the formation lap. And this is where we are located. I was just talking about it, the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park, just a few minutes drive, or just a couple of minutes drive from Tailem Bend town. 18 turns, lots of action zones around this venue. The really long straight, nearly 1 kilometre in length as you blast down towards turn number 1. It's pretty wide, turn number 1. but you've got to really decelerate the machine after such a long straight. Real good overtaking opportunity. So is this one. Turn number 6. We've seen plenty of incidents and accidents down here over the year, but another great overtaking opportunity. It's generally pretty single file around this fast section. 7, 8, 9, 10, the fast right-handers through 11 and 12. We've seen a couple of moves at this corner. Turn number 13, the crest. It's so hard, that corner. You don't know where the exit of the corner is. You've got to run right outside and trust that the curb is still there. Rounds 15, 16, into 17. We've seen incidents in supercars even down here. Scott McLaughlin and Jamie Whincup coming to blows of note several years ago. And then the extremely tricky turn number 18 as well. Here, yes, there we are, 4.95 kilometres in length, track record set by an F3 car, John Magro behind the wheel back in 2019. I am Dan McCarthy. Alongside me is Mark Nancaro. Mark, here is the grid in front of us. I'll just talk us through that. So it's Jimmy Physick from pole position alongside South Australian Blake Purdy, who's recently come out of S5000, so stepping in to another open wheel series. They'll start ahead of Nicholas Stati and the rookie in Seth Gilmore. Beyond that, another South Australian, Sebastian Amadio, comes out of 5th. Mark Ross had an incident in practice yesterday, but a great recovery to qualify in 6th position and top Masters driver ahead of John Paul Drake, a familiar name to many, and Joanne Giconti in 8th position, who we heard from just moments ago. Beyond that, Nathan Gotch in the number 66 machine, driving for Formula Race Academy. Then we've got Nick Filippetto, and then Mark Wilson, who had an accident in the early morning practice session and unfortunately didn't set a lap time for this opening qualifying session. He did compete in the second qualifying session, which sets the grid for tomorrow's final race. But unfortunately we'll start off the back for this one. So 5 Masters cars, 6 in the outright competition, and a couple of rookies in there as well. So as I say, I'm Dan McCarthy. Alongside me is Mark Nancaro. We've been looking forward to this one, haven't we?
Yeah, we certainly have, and they're on the grid and ready to roll here.
Formula One style, they've each got a row to themselves, so that should give the number 93 of Physick a good few metres advantage on the blast down the long straight and into turn number 1.
That's right, but we're away, and welcome back. Formula 4 is back, and we're away.
Stall further
We've got
back.
a stall car somewhere. I think that might have been Mark Rosser.
No, it's John Paul Drake in the red machine at the tail. And it's going to be Physick that leads them into turn number 1. Purdy is being attacked from Stati, but holds him off at turn number 1, 24. That's Gilmore in 4th position and Amadio in 5th. So the top 5 are as they were away from the line. The big loser, though, from 6th position, Mark Rosser. He has got it away from the line, but he has dropped from 6th to stone motherless last and quite a bit behind. Oh, Amadio looking for a big send up the inside into turn number 6. He had a good look there, but thought he was a bit too far back on that particular occasion.
Got Seth Gilmore just in front of him there. So currently in the early stages for the 5th position on track there. No problems about Physick. He jumped the start beautifully in that staggered grid that we often see, or we do see in Formula One racing. And gee, don't they sound fantastic? Isn't it? That's a great sound.
It is.
It's coming over the broadcast loud and clear.
A new sound, of course, new engines in these. So previously it was the Miguel chassis, but now we've moved on to the Tata chassis with a complete different engine. I'll come on to that because Mark Rosser is making his way back through the field and he's on the tail of Wilson. Somebody's gone off 4 wheels through the grass a bit further forwards. Not quite sure who that was, but he's made the place. Has Rosser, so despite making a poor start, quick recovery from him. He's made up several places, but this is the battle on the track at the moment. We've got Stati, we've got Gilmore, and then we've got Amadio as well. This is the fight for 3rd position at the end of lap number 1. The subtle difference, the blue halo, the light blue halo for Stati and the normal, darker AGI blue halo for Gilmore behind. As he looks to the inside, does the rookie. Stati defends that off very nicely. And it's as they were on the pit straight. Amadio, though, now showing his nose. Can he have a look at turn number 3? There's a couple of lines at turn number 3. He can take it a bit wider and look for a late apex, so he can just go around the bottom of the bowl. There's a few different racing lines, particularly in the wet conditions. Is that smoke from the back of the number 15 machine? Just a couple of puffs. Seems to have dispersed now. But Gilmore is certainly looking, the rookie, on the tail of the number 15 machine. He's looking confident around the Bend Motorsport Park early in this race with 1 lap down. There's plenty of racing still to go in this one, that is for certain. So on the left-hand side of the screens, the black machines are effectively the outright cars. There's definitely smoke coming from that car, isn't there?
Yeah, that's the smoke coming from the rear of that car. I thought it was just on the brakes, but I think it might be a bit more significant than that. It looks a bit bluer than that. So we'll have a look in just a moment. That's coming from the Stati car.
Doesn't seem to be affecting any performance at all.
No, just keep a close eye on that. Well, there it is again. And he's actually gone out into the grass. Oh, that really did unsettle that race car and has given Gilmore a massive look in there too. And you can see the dirt down the side of that race car. So he's made a significant off-track excursion there. In fact, there's something wrong with the front wheel of that car. I was just looking at the front toe of that car. It looks like it's cambered out quite a bit.
Does look pretty significant, doesn't it, compared to the car behind anyway.
He's bent something there over that curving. I'm not too sure. Have a look at the front on shot. Oh, it's got a massive camber on the front right-hand side of that car. Well, that's the setup, I'm not sure, but it's a lot different than the other side.
They come across the line to complete lap number 2, and John Paul Drake is catching up as well in this battle, the leading Masters driver out there on the racetrack at the moment. Here's a replay of the mistake from Stati. Turns in just understeer. Oh, no, kick of oversteer mid-corner. Put him wide, put him in the kitty lit up, and Gilmore unlucky not to capitalise, unfortunately, on the wrong side of the track for what is turn number 14, and couldn't make that move, couldn't capitalise on the mistake from the number 15 ahead. But these two cars beginning to chip away now from Sebastian Amadio, another name that's come from S5000. So both Blake Purdy and Sebastian Amadio jumping out of the V8 powered S5000s into these Formula 4 cars, and they've both taken to it pretty quickly.
Certainly have. So Pizik still our race leader. That's the next group that's behind him. That's Stati, Gilmore, Amadio. So they currently, there's cars on screen there, positions 3, 4 and 5th position. So whatever the problem was that Stati had earlier has sorted itself out, and I haven't seen any more of that smoke either, so no issues there. Heading up towards the little rise there at turn 16. Quite often you'll see cars get their wheels up on the curbing there on the inside, especially in this style of car. Nice close apex of that section. And there's tricky turn 17. Looks easy, but it's not as easy as it looks. It certainly goes downhill very quickly after the apex there.
It's a lot tighter than a simple 90-degree right-hander, isn't it? And there's a bit of elevation in there as well. It's a really tricky corner, very, very deceiving. Jimmy Physick crossing the line, fastest lap of the race, as we can see at the bottom of the screen. A 150.3, 2/10 faster than Purdy that time through, extending the lead margin out to 1.7 seconds. And then a huge gap back to this train of 4. 9 seconds to this train. Stati, Gilmore, Amadio and Drake. And then beyond that, we have Ciconti. Ross has recovered up to 8th ahead of Filippetto. Nathan Gott rounding out the top 10, and Wilson rounding out the field in this opening encounter. As you see Amadio sliding out sideways on the exit of the corner there. Any sort of sliding in these cars, it's going to cost you momentum all the way around the next sequence of corners, because it's all about keeping up the speed, and because of the aero downforce that's on these Formula 4 machines.
On track there's Seb Amadio, as you mentioned before, stepped back from the Super 5000 series, which is unfortunately no longer anymore. So he'll step into another Formula car for this series. 15 on track, there's Nicholas Stati there. He's actually got away from the pair behind him now, who were right up behind him, so he's starting to lengthen that gap. There's the 77 car there of Filippetto. That's a bit further back. They've got Nathan Gotch behind him. That's a 66 car by the looks of things.
So this is for the final spot on the podium in the Masters class. So this is for like the elder statesman, I suppose you'd call it, like the AM class in Carrera Cup, effectively is what we have in Formula 4 since it's been revived, and good to see a good field of Masters machines. So if we look to timing on the left, the black machines are effectively the outright cars. Rookies, the rookies have never driven open wheel machines. They are the red ones, and then the blue ones are the Masters. So that's what we're looking at the moment. 9th and 10th, third position in the Masters class. And I reckon Rosser might be just chipping away at Ciconti. Well, they're pretty much even. 2/10, in fact, it was Ciconti faster that time through. This is definitely the closest battle on the racetrack at this point in time. Already 8 minutes has elapsed. It's flown by. It's been an entertaining start to proceedings in this race. And it's the number 77 holding on to 9th at the moment. Gotch is looking strong. Interesting chatting to Gotch. You saw that interview of myself and the Gotches that I did with them yesterday, and they were saying this is a lot closer to a Formula 3 car than what the Miguel chassis was that we saw in Formula 4 several years ago. These cars quite a lot faster. Oh, there was smoke coming from the car ahead of Rosser Ciconti. It was. Oh, no, I don't think it is. Yeah, it is the number 89 Ciconti. I doubted myself for a second. She has looped it around the fast right-handers.
Kept it running, which is good.
Very good news for the young lady. 15 years old. Can you believe that, Mark? 15.
Driving a Formula 4 car.
It's remarkable, isn't it?
That's getting your early dreams in there.
And Nicholas Stati's 15 as well. So two 15-year-olds right up the front of this field. Oh, here we go. Change of position potentially. But Filippetto just about holding on in this scrap for now. What is 9th position, of course, because our female racer, Ciconti, has dropped back a couple of positions in the number 89 machine as they round the final corner to complete lap number 5 already. Oh no, yeah. Mark Rosser is off at the final corner. What's happened to the South Australian?
This will be safety car because he's got himself tangled up in the kitty litter there, so hang on.
Or has he? He's just spinning the wheels in the grass, I think. I don't think he's in the kitty litter, but he's come to a stop on the grass. Oh, that's tight. That's really tight down into the braking zone. Gotch tried to move around the outside there to have the inside of turn number 2. That's not going to work in these machines, so had to slot back in behind. But a good scrap there. The question is, has Rosser been able to get it out of the grass? So we should explain, it wasn't wet overnight, but it was extremely cold, really foggy when we got here first thing this morning, and the grass is very dewy, isn't it? Very moist offline, and with such low ride heights in these Formula 4 cars, I think from what Rosser was doing there, just spinning the wheels.
Haven't seen that car return to track yet.
No, hasn't crossed the line.
I can't see any full course yellow, so it looks like there he is. Where is he? And
we've got safety car.
Looking too active in that car, so I would suggest that there we go. There goes the yellow now, so we can't leave him there. That's on the exit of turn 18 there. That's the big runoff down there on the final turn, so they'll need a recovery vehicle down there to attach the strap and pull him out of harm's way.
Absolutely. Here's a replay. Look at the top of the shot. You might be able to see Rosser there. Oh, Snow, somebody else running wide. That's not Rosser, but apparently Rosser is still to come and he'll run off himself.
Let's have a look here. He's behind those other cars.
Wait for it.
There we go. He's gone in
360 spin.
Gone in for a big spin there.
And then I think stalled the car, and then upon refiring, he's just spinning the wheels.
He's probably lucky he didn't go in a bit deeper there.
Yeah.
So he's just on the edge of the gravel trap there, but obviously that car now will need to be recovered. This will bring the safety car out, and all those gaps will now disappear, and the lead car will now come back to the rest of the field. Here we've, what are we on now? We've done 6 laps, we're on our 7th lap.
It's almost a mid-race pause, isn't it? 12 minutes down, 13 to go. It's a bit of a footy orange break at half-time. So we close the field up. A competition caution, they'd call it in America, wouldn't they? But it hasn't been a deliberate competition caution, that's for sure. Mark Rosser was not intending to do that. But 2 seconds the margin was at the time of that safety car. So Physic from Purdy, Stati in third, then Gilmore, a top rookie, Amadio in fifth. Masters leader Drake was actually going with Stati, Gilmore and Amadio, doing a great job. He had a 20-second lead over his nearest Masters competitor in Filippetto. There's another angle.
There's another shot of it, just a spin and just dropped the rear in the gravel there. And that's probably what's caught him out. So you see there will be an attempt here to try and drive out, but
to no avail.
No avail at all. The good thing about this is he's really close to the pit lane there, so the recovery vehicle is also very close, so they'll be able to get him out of harm's way and push him in down the pit lane very quickly here.
It's good news for Chiconte as well. She had that spin, of course, at turn number 10, I believe it is, down there at the bottom end of the course. She dropped a couple of places behind Filippetto and Gotch. So this is a good reset for her, brings her back into contention. She had a bit more speed than those two cars ahead, so it allows her to potentially get them in the closing laps of this motor race. This is a familiar position for James Physic, Jimmy Physic, as he likes to be known, as we say, taking race victories not only in Australian Formula Ford, but internationally as well in British Formula 4. Still, Silverstone and Snetterton, two iconic British circuits to take wins on. Really shows the high calibre driver that man is.
There's Matt Avery there, one of our officials, waving the flag down there. He's got the long mullet down there, and good to have him on board here this weekend. Yeah, Matt, I don't know if you can hear us or not, but he's one of our long-time Sam Rower officials. And we do thank him. He might have one of the late ones that were screaming out for officials here during the week because they were very short on. So we do thank officials and volunteers that are here for the weekend, because we could have been in a little bit of trouble during the week unless a few people stuck their hands up. So we're good to have them on board here this weekend. And they're all busy at the moment because they're now all waving yellow flags. So they're being keeping their arms in motion.
While the action's been temporarily paused, I'll just talk you through essentially this category. So if you didn't watch Formula 4 in its previous iteration, this is essentially the local step before going overseas to European Formula 3, and then beyond that, of course, the FIA World Formula 3 Championship, then Formula 2 and Formula 1. So it's a national level step before you head overseas to Formula 3. It's been revived thanks to Top Speed. Top Speed runs Formula 4 in the United Arab Emirates and also in Southeast Asia as well. And I believe it's these Southeast Asia cars, their championship finished. It ran over our summer, and it's actually these cars that have been shipped over here to make this championship possible. So really good thinking from those guys at Top Speed, and yeah, we've got to thank them for bringing this championship back. Had a chat with the guys at Top Speed earlier on today, and that'll be on the coverage tomorrow. A bit more about how it all came about and everything. A really interesting chat, but great to see. The safety car will be coming in at the end of this lap. If you're enjoying what you're seeing at the Bend, Formula 4 action. Formula 4 round number 2 is here as well when the Lamborghini Super Trofeo Asia Series comes back to the Bend in June, and then following that round 3 at Queensland Raceway, round 4 at Sydney Motorsport Park, and then they finish their championship in Malaysia, round 5 at the Sepang International Circuit, the former Formula 1 circuit. And Mark Ross has driven a few Formula 1 cars. You might be wondering why he's got Benetton overalls on. He does own a Benetton Formula 1 car. That's pretty cool to have in your garage, I'm sure, but he won't be thinking about that right now. Very disappointed, Mark, getting out of the machine. Of course, his race coming to an early end, but it's interesting that they couldn't get the car refired in the pits or anything. I just expected that to rejoin the track and recatch the back of the train.
Obviously, a few more issues there than what we thought. So, safety car will be coming in. Like I said, just a short recovery there. You can see how far they had to go, just the other side of the tyre barrier just to bring that car in. So they didn't have to go very far.
No.
It was quite a short recovery. So Pissick comes back to the field here, and 2 South Australian drivers too that are locally based that'll be leading the field around. Blake Purdy, another one of those in the Nippies sponsored entry. That's a sponsorship that he's carried throughout his, well, not long career. He hasn't been in racing all that long, but
No, still a youngster.
It's still good to see he's still supporting that young driver, local company here. So Pissick to bring them around, back and left and right, left and right. That's just to keep the tyres warm and don't let the tyres go too cold. Conditions are, you actually feel the temperatures slightly drop here as well. We know as well if you get the later part of the afternoon at this time of the year that especially in this area it gets quite chilly quickly, so and that doesn't do tyres much good either. They also chill off pretty quickly.
Certainly do, and that's why they're weaving so vigorously. Safety car has pulled away. Lights are off. Physick is at the head of the field. So Physick, Purdy, Statty, Gilmore, Amadio, the top 5. John Paul Drake rounding out the 6 that we can see in that very camera shot. So here we go. When is Physick going to go? If you go too early, you might potentially allow Purdy to get a draft before turn number 1. I'd be waiting as late as possible in these open wheel machines, but I'm not a racing driver. I'm just a commentator. That's why I'm in here alongside you, Mark. What is Jimmy Physick going to do? They exit the final corner. I think he is going to do what I say. There we go.
He's going to back them right up here.
And he's gone.
And he's going to be on his terms. And then away he goes.
Weaving down the straight, trying to break the toe of Purdy. But Purdy's right there. Will he have a lunge into turn number 1? No, because Physick defends further back, though there's a move. That's Filippetto, I think, or even Gotch up the inside of John Paul Drake. Here comes Purdy.
No, he's just tucked in behind, trying to get up on the inside there. Physick too much pace there, down through turns 2 and 3.
Yep,
They come out of that section now. So they head down towards the hairpin. This is probably a fairly good passing opportunity here, and right on cue. Oh, he gets up on the inside there, Purdy. Under brakes to the hairpin.
A big lunge, really gave it his all, but Physick holds on around the outside. Physick saw it coming, left him just about a car width, enough for Purdy to fill that gap. Great racecraft between those two, but the poor exit from Purdy taking that line has allowed Physick to pull away. Who is that? It's one of the, it's Gotch apparently.
That's Nathan Gotch.
Yeah.
There's Nathan Gotch, that's the 66. That's the old black car. It was near the rear of the field. And I would suggest this might be a full course yellow here. Looks like there's some debris that's come off that race car too, so that's had some contact somewhere by the looks of things just in that short shot.
And we have gone safety car, so that's a real shame with 5 minutes to go. Hopefully another quick recovery and we can get back underway, but as you say, a bit of debris down there. He was riding that Drake, Filippetto, and it was him, Gotch, the 3 that was sort of 3 wide. Going into turn number 1. That's turn 3, I think, isn't it?
Looks like it. I'm just looking at the debris on the road. That looks like a bit of curving or a bit of concrete.
Oh, you could be right.
It doesn't look like any carbon fibre or any steel off the car. Just looking at the colour of that. So there's been some contact, heavy contact, it almost looks like with the curving, or I'm not too sure what's happened there, but so I don't know if we've got any replays of that, but it's an unusual spot to be too. He's facing, where is he at the moment?
He's inside of turn
1.
Yeah. On the run to turn number 2. So he's facing the cars going down pit straight right now. I think there's a bit of front wing missing as well. I don't think that looks quite right from the angle we were at.
Here we go. Now it's on the other side of turn 1 on the inside.
And does it look a bit low on the left rear as well? I think compared to the right. Could be wrong.
Might have broken some of the wishbone suspension there. The car is definitely laying over to the left-hand side.
Definitely.
I don't know that's the way it's sitting in the grass, but don't know how he's ended up there. It looks like the cars have gone on the inside of him there, just to give me an indication of where that car is actually parked up on the track. Looks like it's more or so in the middle of the track. So you can see a recovery vehicle heading out in that direction. I'd love to see a replay to see what happened there, but I don't know if we got any footage of that. It's just an unusual spot to be. So they've just been confirmed that he didn't get any coverage of that, but
anyway, we see Physick leading the pack, once again warming up the tyres. It is quickly getting cooler in here. You can see not too much UV on the race circuit anymore. It's pretty shaded. It's been overcast at times today, but for a majority it's been sunny. We've been pretty spoilt, but now the sun has gone behind the clouds and we await a restart. So,
well, the problem is we've only got 2.5 minutes left in this race, and there's a strong possibility that this may finish under the safety car, unfortunately, depending on, well, the recovery is not that close to the main complex, so this may take a little bit longer than the previous recovery. So I would probably suggest that this is probably the way it's going to finish.
These machines, as I said before, the Miguel was in Australia previously. This is now the Tatus F4 chassis, the Gen 2 chassis, the T421 chassis. It's raced a majority now of Formula 4 championships around the world, in Asia and Europe. So a very, very popular race car. So we await a restart. Cars weaving away, trying to get grip into those tyres. We haven't mentioned the driver in third position. Statty himself has Formula 4 experience. We've mentioned the guy in the lead, but Statty himself, there he is. He's been very fast overseas and taken victories in the Middle East Championship, so watch out for him on a restart. He's used to packed fields. He races in the UAE Championship as well, where they have over 40 cars. Quite remarkable. So he's used to action-packed racing, is Statty. Watch for him potentially on this restart. But we are going back to green. A quick recovery. Great job from the volunteer marshals and officials. And it means we're going to go back to green for a 1 or potentially 2 lap shootout to finish this opening race of the weekend for Formula 4. I'm hearing, as long as we get to the line before that clock runs out, it will be 2 laps. So it's the time plus 1 lap. When's Physic going to go? Does he go at the same point, or is that going to be a bit too predictable? Does he go maybe on the exit of the corner instead this time? The flag has gone green. It is now up to the race leader at the head of the field. He's gone early this time, put the pedal to the metal before the final corner, and now he's going to do the snake maneuver once again, to the inside, to the outside, and he will go back to the inside again just to try and break the slipstream from behind. There's a phenomenal slipstream in these machines. Look at them, all of them snaking in a straight line. Amadio is having a look up the inside of Gilmore. He's not close enough, that's for sure, on that occasion. Bit of a tail-happy moment as well on the exit of the corner. Time is now lapsed, so yes, this is the penultimate lap of the race. It's all to play for, as we can see them swing around the left-hander, the fast turn number 5. So tricky, so deceivingly fast, and it almost tightens the more you go around the turn. These youngsters up the front of the field have really driven well in this race. Although John Paul Drake would like to show some of these youngsters how it's done. And he's actually catching up to Amadio down the back section of the course. Really good racing from John Paul Drake. He's a busy man, not only running Drake's supermarkets here in South Australia, but racing as well in the SA Prototype Series, the National Prototype Series, and why don't you throw in a bit of Australian Formula 4 action, as if you're not doing enough there,
John. It's interesting to know he's stuck with the same livery as his prototype car.
Yes.
He's got the same green ha-has all written all over like the Joker car.
He does. Purdy's going with Physic here. Purdy is going with Physic on this restart, but he only has just over 5 kilometres. If he wants to make a difference, he has got to do it soon. Purdy, the white machine, is really closing in. This could be on the final lap of the race. Or Physic, a bit of a catch there as well, mid-corner. So he'll have a bit of a compromise run. Pretty dirty there from the recovered Rosser car as well. You don't want to run out too wide, or else you'll be going through the grass and the gravel, because it's pretty dirty on the racing line there. But a interesting restart lap there. Physic only 2/10 faster than Purdy, and only 6/10 faster than Statty. So the top 3 have really pulled away from the rest of the field as we look at Chiconte, who has got past a couple of competitors on the last couple of restarts, so she's moved back up to 7th position. Great work from her. I said that she had a potential to do that with the restarts, and she has done that. So a good recovery from Joanne in her first Formula 4 race, sitting in position number 7. 5-second penalty has just appeared on the screen for Stati. So 5-second penalty will demote that machine not only from 3rd but 4th as well, and will fall all the way down to position number 6, even behind John Paul Drake. So Stati will be giving it absolutely everything in these final corners. We'll get confirmation on what that 5-second penalty is for, but there is no doubt about it. 5-second penalty for Stati will demote him badly. And importantly as well, the finishing position of this race determines the grid for the first race tomorrow morning as well. So it's not just going to give him a clip around the ear holes in this one. It's going to give him a poor starting position for tomorrow's race as well. Purdy's thrown everything at it on this lap. He's been sideways around quite a few corners, but I don't think it's going to be enough. I think Jimmy Physick is going to do enough on the return of Australian Formula 4. Jimmy Physick, on his return to Australia, comes around the final corner and takes the win. A great drive, did not put a foot wrong. Takes the win by pretty much bang on 1 second from the car behind Blake Purdy. Stati sets a PB on the final lap of the race, 51.3, but it's going to still see him fall a couple of positions behind Gilmore and Amadio.
There's your
There it
penalty
is.
there for the starting infringement there for car 15, so he's jumped the start.
He has, or something, whether that be on a restart or the initial start. Not quite sure, but some sort of starting infringement. The good news for him is that last lap meant that he does beat John Paul Drake. Just hearing in my ears from Shane, who does a great job in the blend line van, he's saying that apparently he was moving before the lights went out, so he was creeping, and that's a big no-no motorsport.
It certainly is. It'll get you a penalty every single time. So that's the end of race 1 there for Formula 4 Australia. We'll get the right formula out in a moment. It's been a long afternoon. Here we go. So as you mentioned, Jimmy Physick on top there. Oh, there we go. The screen's disappeared. But it will be Physick from Blake Purdy. Good to see a couple of South Australian drivers there at the top of the order.
We're pretty proud, aren't we, with that one? Stati coming home in position number 3, ahead of Seth Gilmore, winning the rookie class in that one. Beyond that, Sebastian Amadio coming home in 5th, ahead of John Paul Drake. Oh, sorry, Stati, sorry. Gilmore's 3rd. So Stati will fall from 3rd to 6th, promoting Gilmore to 3rd, Sebastian Amadio to 4th. Stati will slot into 5th position, just ahead of John Paul Drake. Then we've got Joan Ciconti in 7th, Nick Filippetto in 8th, and then beyond that, the final finisher, Mark Wilson, staying out of trouble in position number 9, while both Nathan Gotch and Mark Rosser found themselves stuck out there on the racetrack. Pretty eventful opening race for Formula 4's return.
It was a little bit eventful, but not too eventful. Been a pretty good race there towards the end. And that'll finish up race 1. And we haven't finished the afternoon yet, because when we come back, we've got our endurance event for our MARC cars, and some invited production cars also involved in that field as well. And
yeah, if you're watching on the Australian Formula 4 stream and you want to continue watching the action from the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park, turn over to the Blendline TV live stream to continue watching today's racing action. But what a great start to proceedings for Australian Formula 4. We'll be back after this quick break.
currently playing out.
See one on the bonnet of Taunton's car, but there we go.
There we go.
MARC Cars Australia heading around the final couple of corners. We're about to get straight on with this one. Shaw in the sort of maroony yellow machine, alongside Jeff Taunton. Beyond that, Adam Hargreaves, Sunhill Volra. And then after that, Jonathan Crossing, Mark Pearce and John Morris. Looking forward to this one. We are seconds away. Lights are about to turn green on this one. Great start from Taunton, but the best starts from the Lamborghini. The number 63 of Pearce has absolutely brained them off the start from 6th on the grid. He'll be at least 4th when they get to turn number 1. Taunton got the better start, and he's holding it around the outside. He's being pushed by the Lamborghini of Pearce. Pushed around turn number 1, but can't quite do anything. Oh no, he's got a bit carried away, ran it too deep into turn number 3. Rhea's sliding out. He's just about held on to the position ahead of Hargreaves, but that was a very tail-happy moment for the Lambo. Should explain this is MARC Cars Australia and invited, so there are a couple of not MARC Cars. Oh, Taunton's
off too. Just caught the end of that too, just at turn 6. Puts Hargreaves back in front of him, so the position change, as you mentioned there. Sorry there, Dan, but there are some invitation cars, and we've mentioned Mark Pearce in that strikingly cool-looking Lamborghini.
Yeah.
That's a cool race car. Local base driver as well here in SA. Haven't seen that GT spec car for some time, so it's good to see that car back out and running here this weekend. There's the 2 MARC cars. Great to see MARC cars racing back here at the bend here this weekend. Even though the numbers aren't overly large, but what a great race car. And a couple of familiar names in this series as well, with Jeff Taunton and Adam Hargreaves in the 2 Mustang-bodied cars there.
The first one actually is the new GT style body, yes, and then the Mustang behind, but yes.
Thanks for correcting me there.
You're very welcome. But yes, they head into turn number 17. They look absolutely awesome, don't they, these machines, no matter what iteration they are. Even the Gen 1 machines, the Ford Focuses and the Mazda 3s as well. The Mustang was the 2nd generation car, and the recently made 3rd generation car that's just being overtaken on pit straight. So Taunton trying to recover from that mistake down at turn number 6. Oh no, under brakes. Hargreaves holds him off.
Shaw's our race leader here. It's the 78 car out in front. And the bright red coloured car out the front there, just starting to sneak away. Mark Pearce just behind him. So the cars we're looking at here at the moment are currently 3rd and 4th positions on track. It's a timed event over 50 minutes. It's actually a little bit less, at around the 45-minute mark by the time they get them up and rolling here. So,
yeah, just to reiterate that point, yes, the time started as soon as they rolled out of the pit exit. So 43 minutes remaining on the clock, and it is Hargreaves that's holding off Taunton at this point in time, but it's certainly 95 machine that is the quicker of the 2 at this point in the race. And ahead, the Lamborghini is keeping up with Shaw at the head of the field, but Pearce, in terms of the GT3 battle, or the invited category, I suppose you'd call it, he is leading at the head of that by quite a comfortable margin. Volra 5 seconds behind in 5th position, and then beyond that, the well-known name John Morris in position number 6 in his Porsche. Taunton looking a little bit closer now. That's the closest he's been for about a lap, I reckon. What a great livery. The shiny blue of Hargreaves really reflects in this sunlight as the sun is really beginning to set at a vast rate, and not today you can see the shadow.
There too. Jeez. Yeah, it's a great looking car, isn't it? Got the local search sponsorship alongside of him, so it certainly makes the sponsorship stand out. And then while that was all happening, Jeff Taunton said, see you later, it's all over. He's gone straight past him and given Adam Hargraves a cold there.
He locked up though, and he has run wide.
Right.
I saw a late break lock-up, ran wide, and the number 20 fills that gap very quickly. So as soon as he made the pass, he let it go. Did all the hard work and made an unforced error down at turn number 1. He'd made the move. He'd done it. He'd taken the place, and then straight away, unforced error into turn number 1 and relinquishes that 3rd position. So Shaw, fastest lap of the race last time through. But this battle, we cannot take our eyes off at the moment. To be honest, though, it was Taunton that took the place because of Hargraves' mistake at the final corner. You mentioned it. Ran 2 wheels through the grass on the outside of the corner, left him vulnerable to the man behind Jeff Taunton. Taunton took the place on the pit straight, locked up into turn 1, and back through comes Hargraves. Yes, I'm Dan McCarthy, as you saw at the bottom alongside me, Mark Nancaro, for what is round 3 of the Motorsport Australia South Australian Motor Racing Championships. Round 1 took place here, then a trip to Malala, and then back here at the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park. And we have a lot of rounds to come here on Blendline TV, which has expanded into South Australia. Brilliant news for South Australian Motorsport, Mark.
Certainly is, and we're just having a quick look at Adam Hargraves and Jeff Taunton there, and just there's a little bit of smoke underneath that car.
Another lock-up. It was another
a little
lock-up.
bit of lock-up there. So our race leader is still Jackson Saw, which is in the GT spec MARC car there. It's actually got away. Oh, here we go again. This is like an instant replay of the last lap. That's game on, and Taunton's done. Geez, he's got some pace down this long straight, but can he hold it all together on this time around? So he keeps the line nice and tight there on the exit there at 1, and he's managed to this time stay in front of Adam Hargraves.
There was still the slightest of slight lockups, but not enough this time to put him wide and put him off the race circuit. Shaw, fastest lap of the race last time through, 1 second faster than Pierce behind in the awesome sounding V12 Lamborghini. If you're around the circuit, I'm sure you're enjoying that every single time it comes past. You can't beat a V10, although to be honest, these MARC cars come mighty, mighty close.
So no changes here for 3rd and 4th position at the moment. Still the same, obviously now with Taunton in front of Hargraves inside that lap. So no change, still Jackson, still Mark Pierce, as we just mentioned. John Morris is the only Porsche in the field in the invited group. He's in, I think that's a 997 2-spec car that he's in there at the moment. So he's just behind these pair. Sonny Volra, and they've got the crossing car, which is in the last position at this very moment. So no changes there. Let's have a look here. We got Jeff Taunton actually got away from Adam Hargraves. He's got a nice little break there. I saw the splits come down on the bottom of the screen there, and that's just why. They're starting to really split. And there's our race leader. That's Jackson Shaw. Just haven't seen too much of him. He's been a bit of a world of his own there out in front.
Absolutely.
And he's now starting to get away. Now you can see Mark Pierce in the left-hand drive V12 Lamborghini right behind him in the Pierce Estates entry, which is actually his own winery up there in the beautiful part of the world up there at the Barossa Valley.
Very nice, yes.
Nice little establishment up there.
Got a bit of a theme, haven't we? Mario Wines, of course, in Formula 4 as well, so a few people that own wineries go motor racing there.
They all seem to have nice cars, so it must be a good dollar, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly right. Maybe we've chosen the wrong career. As we see Taunton, another slight lock-up for that machine. So
yeah, he's been coming in a bit later some of these turns. I've just noticed he takes a really wide apex, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Swings it out as wide as he possibly can, so he's a little bit late on the anchors of some of these corners, or that's just the way the car handles, but
it's working. Fastest lap of the race last time through, 1:51.1, 7/10 faster than the race leader. And you might think, oh, 7/10, that's not very much. But we've still got 37 minutes of this motor race. So at that rate, I think he could very well catch Shaw, that's for sure. as we see Pierce in position number 2. It's actually his PB lap last time through, but at the moment we're looking at the 1-3-4 machine of John Morris. Now this is a different sound again, flat 6. Again, just a unique sound. It's a real symphony for the ears, this category out there at the moment. MARC cars, we've got V10s, we've got flat 6s. No matter what you're into, there's a sound for you.
Certainly is. That's a cool looking livery on that kangaroo down the side of that race car. It's really got a real nice little stand edge livery on that one.
I'd rather a sticker on the side of the car than a kangaroo actually on the racetrack. That's for sure. We saw one, of course, at the Bathurst 6 Hour earlier in the year.
Been a long time competitor in Porsche racing here in Australia, John Morris, and we should be fairly familiar. It's good to see him here in SA. We don't see him here very often, but it's great to see him back here for this state series here this weekend.
He's actually catching Hargraves ahead of him at a second a lap at the moment. The margin's about 2.5 seconds, so based on my maths, 2.5 laps, he should hone on to the back of him. In fact, a lot of PBs last time. Shaw, Pierce, Hargraves, Morris and Volra as well, as we look at the number 34 machine. So this is the basically the original generation of MARC cars, the Ford Focus as well as the Mazda 3s. No Mazda 3 body shells this weekend. This is Sunhill Volra. You might be thinking, I know that name somewhere. Where do I know that name from? He's the Motorsport Australia CEO, recently elected earlier on in the year. So great to have the Motorsport Australia CEO racing around the Ben Motorsport Park in the State Series.
Carrying the Porsche factory colours there.
Indeed.
Certainly sticking to the original colour scheme. I think it's the Avon Medical livery or sponsorship down the side.
He races this car in sports cars quite often in Victoria, and he goes around quite a few states racing this Porsche in whatever he can at local state level. And great to see him throwing his support behind South Australian grassroots motorsport as well, although he's in the thick of the action with the MARC Cars Australia series, of course. Those are the red boxes you can see on the left hand side of the screen, and then the white ones are the invitational class, which of course Sunhill is involved in. As we can see at the bottom of the screen, the compulsory pit stop window has now opened. Everybody has to complete a mandatory compulsory pit stop in this motor race, and they have the next 20 minutes to do so. So between now and when there are 15 minutes remaining, who's going to come in first? It's certainly not Shaw, who sets the fastest lap of the race. A bit of a response, I think, to Taunton, who took that off him a couple of laps ago. So Shaw's taken that by 2/10. The first person under the 1:50 barrier this race, just by less than 0.02 of a second. Pierce again, PB last time through. So fast pace up front. Despite Pierce setting that PB lap, he has extended the margin by a second. So Taunton looked quick for a couple of laps, but at the last lap, 1.7 seconds slower than his best. So maybe a mistake from Taunton somewhere around this challenging 4.95 kilometre circuit. Great livery on this MARC Gen 1 Focus.
As we said, one of the original marks in this series. Got the bright red wheels there, the Zenko livery on that car. As you said, it's a very nice little standout livery on that particular race car. And that, of course, is the crossing car number 34, which is actually at the back of the field at the moment. And that's a great shot there, wide shot. You can see where all the cars are now situated in various parts of the track. And I'll tell you what, this is John Morris giving Adam Hargraves a bit of the hurry up here. In fact, a bit of a flick of the lights there.
Absolutely.
So normally that means business. And I think that Morris is going to mean business very shortly. As you picked out down earlier, the track times on Morris's car compared to Hargraves, and he certainly just about nailed it, because he's going to probably pick him up somewhere on this lap.
Hargraves' fastest lap of his race, PB 53.8. That was a big improvement on any lap he's done so far, but still Morris was faster. Oh, big curb usage from Hargraves. That's really going to upset these MARC cars with their aero. You don't want to be clouting curbs. Oh, mistake. But it's quite a deceiving line. You can get a good exit there, can't you? But I think, despite saying that, I think he did lose time. He ran it in a bit too deep. But in the wet particularly, you can go up that high sort of banking and get a really good run in wet conditions. It's a really great piece of road, turn 3, really well created.
He won't be close enough at 6 in that case, with that little bit of a slight error there, but this is probably where he's going to come into favour. He can get down the back part of there's the big set of right-handers there, and down the dip they go, and up they come, and they head down towards turn 11. It's just a little kink in the back there it is. And then they'll head back down towards turn 13. Very fast part of the circuit. It's all downhill there. And then you pop up out there, you can see they come up behind the barrier there. So it's a really fast, sweeping part of the circuit.
People complain a lot about modern circuits. Oh, as we see sideways, Morris. People complain a lot about modern circuits. Oh, they're flat, there's no elevation, there's so much tarmac runoff. Not the Ben Motorsport Park. It might be a new facility, but there's lots of elevation and there's no tarmac runoff. If you make a mistake, we've seen it throughout the day. There's walls to catch you out, there's gravel to catch you out, and even the grass as well. It's a challenging layout.
Yeah, so Hargraves under plenty of pressure here from John Morris as they head down to turn 1. So he's talking about the track there, Dan, of course. There's no turn on this track are completely the same. They all run on different cambers.
Yep.
And you can ask any driver what they say, and they say you go through one corner and then you go to the next one, and it's a completely different camber on the corner.
Yeah.
And different levels, as you just mentioned. So it is a challenge, this track, and that was what it was designed for.
Yeah.
You know, because let's just face it, we all like a challenge at a race car, and that's just exactly what this track does.
I was
I was just looking at Hargraves there. Really opened up a gap there for Morris there down that. That's the entry down there to turn 6.
I was here many years ago. I think it was just before COVID, 2020, when Asian Le Mans Series came down here, and they had some cracking names. Roberto Merri, former Formula 1 driver, and Ben Barnicoat, who's gone on to do really well in GTs. The names were never-ending, really good quality field. But all of them, the beam on their face, the smile from ear to ear, they loved this track. They really did. And of course, they were on the full 7.77 kilometre circuit, which has even more elevation and even more bends, all unique to each other. So it really shows that even the internationals really hold this Ben Motorsport Park circuit in real high regard.
I was here for that meeting, actually, that Asian Le Mans weekend. That was a massive weekend.
It was.
Gee, what a great weekend. I was calling supports for that event, and it was a terrific weekend.
It was, absolutely. A real highlight as we see the 1-3-4 having a look. Morris up the inside of Hargraves and sideways on the exit of the turn. As you saw at the bottom of the screen, we'll be back for a full day's action tomorrow on Blendline TV. The lead is in. Shaw has entered the lane for the compulsory stop, and he's being followed by fellow MARC Cars Mustang driver Jeff Taunton. So both of those two in the lane. I'm surprised that Morris hasn't come in and then doesn't have to overtake Hargraves on the racetrack. He could come in, set some really good laps in clear air, and jump Hargraves in the pit stops that way, potentially doing an undercut strategy. But at this point in time, Morris staying out there and staying on the tail of Hargraves. I don't know if you read that the same as me, but I thought a potential undercut could be a good way to go.
Yeah, well, I think so, the same. Well, we'll see how that pans out. And we've got Shaw and Taunton, as we mentioned there, for their pit stop. So who's going to be next? Interesting, isn't it, to see what unfolds here?
I'm not sure how...
Especially with the small field as well. We'll certainly find out. I reckon Morris might head in here.
He's lost a lot of ground, actually, as we see a move for position on pit straight. That's crossing, overtaking Volra. Geez, he's far to the right-hand side, isn't he? All over the dirty stuff on the inside of the road, but he's made the move stick on the MA CEO. Volra demoted down to 7th position. They're down into turn number 1. Volra a 2:01.9 on the last lap. PB for crossing 1:58.4. So coming strong at the moment. These two a couple quite a few seconds behind Morris and Hardgraves. The fight further up the field that we are closely keeping an eye on as well. But lap traffic could play a factor here with these two. They're already minute 13 behind. We're about halfway through this motor race, so expect these two could play a factor late on in this motor race. As we see Pierce out there at the moment comes through to complete another lap. Meanwhile, Shaw and Taunton are still in the lane, so each car, based on championship position and how they're doing in qualifying and all different variations, get allocated a certain stationary pit stop time. And at the moment, it's already over 2.5 minutes that both Shaw and Taunton have been in the lane, and there's no signs of them heading back out onto the racetrack at the moment. So although it looks like they're very much falling down the order, of course everybody has to do the same. They might have slightly different pit stop times, but everybody has to serve a compulsory pit stop. The idea with the pit stops is that it should, in theory, bring the racing quite close together at the end of the race. Hardgraves PB last time through, 1:51.66. But that is actually 0.6 faster than Pierce ahead. So the race leader a bit slower lap that time through. As we see Shaw and Taunton continue to fall down the order, and there they are on the right-hand side of the screen. Both of their doors open, and they must be heading out onto the track almost imminently, you'd think. Now they've been in the lane for 3.5 minutes.
The other competitors didn't come in. Crossing or Vora didn't come in. They went straight past pit lane, so they had no intentions of coming in there at all. Puts Mark Pierce out in front, as you mentioned, there hasn't pitted yet, so now we can see Sean Taunton on our time there now on the bottom of the list. But nobody of the other 5 cars haven't pitted yet, so we'll see who comes in next. Pierce has got a nice handy gap there too, 12 seconds. But that'll now Morris has now come in, so he's the next one to come in. So the Porsche there, car 134 of Morris.
I said about doing the undercut strategy, but on that last lap, Morris fell well below 2 seconds behind Hardgraves. I think it was 2.3 seconds. So it could be hard potentially to do an undercut from that far back, but it all does come down to the compulsory pit stop time out there on the race circuit. And there is Sunhill Vora in 5th position currently, not too far behind Crossing. Crossing making that move a couple of laps to go, but he's able to keep in touch at this point in time. Here we go, movement in the lane. Our race leader Shaw is heading down the pit lane exit. I reckon it's 5 minutes. 4 minutes 57, 4 minutes 58.
Looks like Wade, a 5-minute compulsory stop there. So
I think so.
And
rejoins, and how long is it going to be in the pits? The answer, he's probably stayed in there a little long, 5 minutes 7. What's Taunton? That's already ticked over 5 minutes as well. I think they're going to be pretty much identical. 5 minutes 9 tenths between them. They're both in the lane for 5 minutes, one for 5 minutes 7.1, the other 5 minutes 8 flat. So that is how you execute it. Pretty close to the bang-on 5 minute time. It's always pretty hard to judge that, of course, because it's from the start of pit lane, you trundle down the lane, then you got to be stopped, and then you got to work out what time do we leave, how long is it going to take me to get to pit lane exit. You want to try and be as close to that 5 minute as you can, but if you're too fast, you get down a huge penalty for it.
Bit hard to judge too. It's a pretty long pit lane down there.
It is.
It's a big long pit lane.
Yeah. It must feel an age going 40 k's an hour, trundling down there with cars flying past.
Okay, so Morris still in the pits for his 5 minute stint there, and we're still waiting for Pierce, Hargraves, and Vora was the Crossing, and Vora are the other two that haven't ventured in yet. There's Jeff Taunton. He's completed his compulsory pit stop. He'll be at the rear of the field at this stage.
Been a busy man in recent times, Jeff Taunton. Last weekend was at Winton, where I was commentating him in New South Wales Sports Sedans in this very car. Now he's racing in MARC cars, and he drove, he's in a different car, in New South Wales last week, but he's got this one back out. He raced this, in Sports Sedans round number 1, the National Championship at Symonds Plains. So Tasmania, Winton in Victoria, and then now the Bend Motorsport Park. Very busy man travelling around Australia, driving not only this in sports sedans and MARC cars, but he's got another sports sedan as well. So keeping himself very busy is Jeff Taunton.
You think the spec of a MARC car would not be too far off a sports sedan, so they should be able to slot into to that category.
They do, yeah.
Yeah, they should be fairly similar as far as setup is concerned, so they'll just slot in nicely. There's the our race leader, that's Jackson Shaw there, or was our leader, who certainly get back in that position over the coming laps. In fact, got Voller has also come into pit lane as well. Second of the Porsches there. So he'll come in for his stop. John Morris has already completed 3.5 minutes of his compulsory pit stop, so he'll be eager to shut that door very shortly and head back out.
TFH higher on the side of that MARC car. Of course, TFH have been all over cars in recent weeks, haven't they? Of course, now a sponsor with Erebus Motorsport in the Supercars Championship, and even supporting Todd Hazelwood as well in his Trans Am campaign as well. So really getting involved in motorsport in 2024.
They're a fencing hire company that hire all the fences that go around building sites and various other construction sites. You might see their names on the...
Yep.
I certainly passed a couple of them on the way home from work during the week. A couple of construction sites. So, yeah, a big company that hires all those big fences that goes around all those construction sites to keep all the naughty people out.
Absolutely. There's probably a few around this venue as well. So as we see, Hargraves PB last time through 151.4, and again faster than the race leader Pierce. So Hargraves has been an interesting one, really up and down on the lap times, not too much consistency, but at times it's really had good pace out there. But now is the time to set those PBs. We spoke about it before. He was on the tail of John Morris. Sorry, he was just ahead of John Morris. John Morris trying to do the undercut, and here is John Morris now coming down the lane. So John Morris will be trying the undercut, but with PBs being set by Hargraves, it's going to be hard to do that. What's it going to be for Morris? 5 minutes 12, 5 minutes yet, 5 minutes 12.5. So lost a few seconds to the previous cars that came into the lane.
Pierce has come in too, just on cue there behind. You can see the black and gold colour Lamborghini just slip into pit lane there. So he'll come in, and he was actually leading the race to that point. Obviously that's going to change.
Yes.
Hargraves also into the pits as well for his pit stop, so he's been one of the last ones, and who else hasn't pitted this stage? I don't think Crossing has either, so we're just about getting through all the compulsory pit stops here. So this is going to leave in front Crossing, obviously, because he hasn't been in for his pits yet.
Crossing only has 4 more minutes to do it. We said it was a 20-minute window at minute 35, so he's got to be in the lane within the next 4 minutes, or else he'll be slapped with a huge penalty. It'll be 1 or 2 minutes at the very least. This is not what Morris wanted. We spoke about, he's going to get clear air, but he hasn't. He has rejoined behind the number 34 machine we were just talking about of Crossing. So Crossing will effectively take the race lead at the end of this lap if he stays out on the racetrack. But he's holding up Morris in the 134 machine. Morris needed clear air to jump Hargraves, who is in the pits currently. This is crucial in this motor race, in the fight for, I think it was about 5th position, 4-4, 5th position. But the 134 machine just doesn't have the straight line performance. He's got the braking performance, he's got the aero, but he can't keep up with the MARC car in a straight line. And it means he's far too far back in the braking zone and in the corners to really make a difference. He's got a good run though out of the final turn.
Crossing didn't come in there. Jeez, he's going to run out of time here.
Going to be close.
He's going to have to be very careful here. If he's got to come in next time.
Yeah.
He's going to be in big trouble. He needs to get in and do his compulsory pit stop. That time is ticking away there. Morris has got past him okay. That's not been a problem, but...
Oh, no, he nearly went off there. He had 2 wheels through the gravel. 4-wheel driving, of course. It's not too far away from that section of the course where the off-road Tail and Bend facility is. And now we can see
that's the Hargraves car still into pit lane. Crew there still working on the tyre pressure there. You can see at the moment, just checking tyre pressures. Having a quick look around just to make sure everything's up to scratch. And he's halfway through his stop there, so he's still got another 2.5 minutes to wait to complete his compulsory pit stop there, Adam Hargraves. And Mark Pearce the same, they came in at similar times there, so everyone's come in for their compulsory pit stop. We're just having an eye on crossing here in the 34 car, it hasn't been in yet. So let's have a look. Have a look at the time there. Pit lane's looking, it's just about to shut the gate here in a moment, so let's have a look. There's Jeff Taunton there in the background. There's our lead car or will be our lead car of Jackson Shaw in the TFHI entry.
Since the pit stops, Taunton's actually been ever so slightly chipping away on Shaw. I've been looking lap after lap. It's only a couple of tenths, and with 16 minutes to go, I don't think it's going to be enough because he has basically the whole straight advantage. But he is ever so slightly chipping away Shaw's lead. But you'd think probably at this stage, Shaw in his red Mustang is probably just bringing it home now. He's just thinking about the finish of this race. We've only got about 1 more minute for Hargraves in the lane, and look at that, crossing has come in the lane. Jeez. Thank goodness for that.
Better later than never.
Yeah, exactly.
Gee whiz.
If he didn't come in that time, he would have got a penalty because he'd have been out for more than a minute, coming back around, and he would have been dealt a severe penalty. So crossing just about makes it in time. He's done nothing illegal. We were just getting a bit concerned in the box that he wasn't aware. But the good news is he's come in. But just 40 seconds left for Pearce and about 50 seconds left for Hargraves. Where are they going to come out in relation to their competitors? Pearce was running in second, wasn't he, behind Shaw and just ahead of Taunton. And Hargraves has locked in a great battle with John Morris, who was stuck behind crossing until he came in the lane just a few moments ago. Here comes the race leader putting a lap on the 447 machine of Volra in the much older spec Porsche compared to what else we've got out there. Like this one, just on cue.
They're right on cue there. I was about to say the older spec 997 there.
That was a moment. Oh, he's wiggling from side to side. Very strange.
The window, pit stop window has closed there.
He's run wide.
Morris out in the dirt there. That's down at turn 14 there, 14, 15, 16 turns. He's just made his way through.
He's all over the shop at the moment. 5:02 for Hargraves, 5:10 for Pearce, and that has allowed this to happen. Taunton dive into the inside, a slow stop for Pearce compared to those around him. A good 5 or 6 seconds longer, and it's allowed these three to all close up the inside. Oh, there's not much room there, but he's made it work. Great pass from Hargraves, very authoritative move, but he's made it stick. Good pass.
Pearce was a bit evasive there too. He took a nice wide berth there. I don't think he wanted any dents in that Lambo, so he set aside quite considerably.
But
he was, of course, running in the invitational class anyway, so he was in a class of his own. So he just let Hargraves go through there.
That looks slow to me. Is there something amiss with that Lamborghini? Let's have a look. Blue flag waving. Here comes the MARC car. Oh, the Lambo pulls back over to the working lane. Not sure what that's all about. Oh, the MARC car stopped. The MARC car came to a stop. That's why he lost.
Happened.
Yeah. Oh no! Look! He did a 5:02 on the pit stop. He stopped, so he wasn't under the pit stop window. But that is a major no-no. Stopping in the fast lane, in the pit lane, is an absolute no-no. I've no doubt in my mind a penalty will be coming for that machine. So effectively, to explain, 5 minutes is the minimum pit stop. You have to be over that. He's done 5 minutes too, but he's only achieved that by coming to a stop at the end of the pit lane, which is an absolute no-no under all circumstances.
So it was a misjudgment of time there, just trying to balk a little bit of time there. So There might be a few words spoken from the stewards there, I would have thought.
I think so. I think there'll definitely be a penalty coming for that one, and that's why the Lamborghini took evasive action around the outside. So I apologise. I initially thought it was Pierce that was at fault moving into the slow working lane, but no, he's taken evasive action, and that is the exact reason why you do not stop in the first lane.
Well, that's an interesting moment. Gee whiz. So the only one that's in the pits at the moment is the crossing car, but we won't worry about that too much. So our actual leader will be the leader that we had before, of course, the Jackson Shaw. So I'm sure Taunton Hargraves, Mark Pierce, that's obviously going to change somewhere there with that Hargraves car. We'll certainly find out at the completion of this race and how the results will pan out after the little chat in the stewards' office, but we'll have to wait and find out to see what's happening as far as that's concerned.
Pierce himself, though, did have a slow stop. It was 8 seconds slower than those around him. Obviously, he did lose probably a second or two taking evasive action around Hargraves, but it certainly wasn't 8 seconds, that's for sure.
No.
So a slow stop for the Lambo. That's allowed Taunton, with a great move into turn number 1 on the Lamborghini, to take what's currently third, but will become fourth position. And then Hargraves, the great pass on the Lambo into turn number 3. So Pierce was second before that round of stops, now finds himself down currently in 5th, but that will become 4th, falling behind Taunton and Hargraves in those round of stops. And there is that awesome Lamborghini.
So Mark Pierce there, as we mentioned, a slightly slower pit stop there than was expected. One of the local SA-based drivers there. It's not a car that we've seen too much of, certainly in local circles here in recent times. But certainly had a touch-up as far as the livery is concerned. It's just got plenty of the yellow striping in it, but when it comes back down, he'll be just left alone by himself at this moment.
It's actually a Lamborghini Super Trofeo car, and of course that sort of puts us on to a point in just a month's time. We'll be back here, well, we'll be back in a couple of weeks, and then back again a couple of weeks after that when Lamborghini Super Trofeo Asia come back to the Bend. It was a great inaugural event for them here in Australia, and great to have that series back. We were both here. We didn't commentate the Lamborghinis themselves, but weren't they great to have in the country?
It's a super weekend, and we're looking forward to that weekend coming up, which is actually the long weekend in June.
Yep.
So if you don't want to go camping on the June long weekend, you might as well come out here.
Absolutely. I'd much rather do that than camping, that's for sure. As you see, the MARC car of Hargraves head down the hill. But not only do we have international racing, so many national categories as well. Of course, this weekend is the opening round of Formula 4, which we saw just before this. And of course, round number 2 as well will be here as part of that support card. So Australian Formula 4, here we are. So the June 7 to 9 weekend is the one we're talking about. So we've got Lamborghini Super Trofeo Asia, FIA Formula 4, the Australian Series, Australian Formula Open as well, the Australian Prototype Series. You've got the SA Prototype Series here this weekend, but the National Championship coming down for that. We've got some XLs as well. They had a non-championship sort of Victoria versus South Australia.
Remember that one last
affair.
year?
That was good.
We had our own commentary battle there.
That's right, we certainly did. And then as well, 944's joined the program this year, as well as Radical Cup Australia. So a couple of new additions, but that's another national category, Radical Australia Cup. So looking forward to all of that. That's very much something to look forward to later on in the year. But, well, I say later on in the year, it's 1 month away.
Not far away at all.
No, not far away at all. But in 2 weeks' time, we do have another round of the State Series. A few more categories that we're both familiar with. Formula V, Formula Ford, saloon cars, HQs, making it onto the coverage. The more traditional state championship categories, I think you'd refer to them.
Absolutely. The real racing.
We've seen some great racing here though today, haven't we?
Yeah. So we've just got over 8 minutes remaining here in this MARC Cars, an invited event. And our race leader is now Jackson Shaw. So the 78 car out in front. That's Adam Hargraves there in currently third position, but he's going to have some words with the stewards, I would have thought, after his pit lane exit just indiscretion. I suppose that's the best way to put it.
Yeah, I'm just hearing that the stewards are going to have a word with him after the race. Whether or not that ends in a penalty remains to be seen. But he will be addressed to the stewards' room immediately after the for the finish of this motor race. And it's not too far away. The race has flown by. 7 minutes left to go.
Another thing that's going to come into play. It's 5 o'clock in the afternoon here, and the sun is quite low.
Yeah,
it's going to be quite difficult, especially to see the glare there in that coverage there, as you can see there with the
particularly at the final corner.
Yeah, the Taunton car there. You can see the sun glare, certainly from the footage from the rear of that car as it turned back inside the complex. And so when they turn back and head towards the west, they're going to be looking straight into that sun. It's going to be quite awkward at the moment. So. It's just that time of the day. But,
fastest lap of the race last time through, not of the race for him. The car on the screen, Hargraves, a 1 minute 51.3, but still a couple of tenths slower than Taunton. 151.1 for Taunton last time through. In fact, Taunton only 100th off his best of the race as well. The margin between these two just under 4 seconds with 7 minutes to go. Hargraves is going to have to pull out a bit more than a 51.3 if he wants to take second position. Nevertheless, podium finish, not too bad at all. Nothing to be sniffed at or laughed at in MARC Cars Australia racing. That's for certain. Challenging cars to drive. Of course, we see these, they not only have their Australia Championship, but we see them as a sort of guest class in the Bathurst 12 Hour, of course, as well.
Of course they would. Certainly were a part of that. Jeff Taunton there, a car on street at the moment. In the right Capital Finance entry there. Jeff's been a big part of MARC car racing here, very much from the very start, from the build of these race cars.
Yeah.
So he's been fairly well known and has been there right from the very start of this particular series. I guess MARC cars probably didn't quite grow as expected. I suppose when they first started, they were a new initiative and a new kind of race car, but we kind of expected that there were going to be a lot more of them built. Didn't quite get to that number, but it certainly has produced a very nice race car.
Absolutely, and Australian built as well, which is a real big tick in the box. But they have been shipped overseas and have raced overseas in Asia as well. So it's a really good news story for Australian manufacturing. Okay, we don't have Ford anymore, we don't have Holden anymore, but we still do build motor cars, and MARC cars are a great example of that. And we're seeing them out there on the racetrack in all their glory here as the sun continues to set at the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park.
And there's our shot there to go down the back. You can, the sun just getting behind the main building complex here. And as we get towards the end of the day there, we can see some more action tomorrow, starting from 8:25 when we start our live feed here from the Ben Motorsport Park.
I just got the schedule out as that came out. So yeah, as you can see, from 8:25 local time, the first race will be MGs and a couple of sports sedans, or the one sports sedan, isn't it? Yes. Followed by Circuit XL Masters for their second race. Then race number 3 for the Alfa Romeos, followed by the headline act, race number 2 of Australian Formula 4. They'll start where they finished this one today, and it'll be Jimmy Physick that starts from pole position alongside Blake Purdy. Statty, of course, getting a post-race penalty for an illegal start, so watch for him in that race tomorrow. He'll come out of 5th after finishing today's race in position number 3. Beyond that, SA Prototypes Circuit XL Trophy. Wasn't that a real highlight today? Fantastic racing in that.
Oh, it's keeping you busy for an XL race.
Yeah, absolutely. After that, we then have another MARC Cars race. So they've got just 2 races, but they are lengthy, and of course an endurance style race with the compulsory pit stop. So they'll be out for their final race tomorrow at 11:25. And then beyond that, all the other categories are out again. So the Alfa Romeos, the MGs, the XL Masters, F4, Prototypes, and then to finish, what can only be and will only be an exciting and potentially chaotic encounter. XL Trophy to finish off tomorrow afternoon. Look at the top of the screen. Hargraves.
Oh, gee, it got a bit wild down there at turn 18.
Good save.
Goodness me, it was very unsettled. That's Adam Hargraves there.
2 wheels through the grass on the outside and a bit too much steering lock when rejoining the circuit. He's gripped up on the tarmac and sent him stage right. He's just about caught it, but that was a real hairy moment. Just seeing the Lamborghini of Pierce is just ahead of Shaw. 2:08.4 on the last lap. 1 minute 51's the best. 2:08, 17 seconds slower than his previous best, and has been overtaken very, very quickly. So the car that sat in second position for much of this race is clearly nursing a problem with 2 minutes to go.
Yeah, 2 minutes to go here. So Jackson Shaw hopefully can hold on.
So yeah, Morris, of course, last lap, or in fact a couple of laps ago, has taken 4th position from Pierce. So I think unnoticed by us, Pierce has been nursing that issue for a little while, I think, because Morris is a minute down the road already, but lapping nearly 20 seconds a lap faster.
You can see Jeff Taunton just behind that Lamborghini too. And he's been pedaling away fairly strong. In fact, he's has slightly narrowed that margin between first and second position. He'll have the slowing Pierce car to contend with here in just a moment, but time is ticking here.
I'm interested to see tomorrow. Shaw and Taunton certainly been evenly matched in this one, but of course Taunton made the unforced error at turn 6 on lap 1. It put him behind not 1 but 2 cars, and from that moment on he was playing catch-up. They seem evenly matched, so if he can make a good start, stay out of trouble on lap 1 tomorrow, I think we could be in for a real exciting encounter.
Surely will be. So under the minute marker here.
Absolutely.
So it is now game on, and we get to the final part. That's a great shot. Look at the sun setting in the background there of that car behind. Gives an indication of where the sun is lying on this track at the moment. Fairly difficult trying conditions just in this last bit of the race for our drivers.
To show how slow this Lamborghini is, these two were fighting for position about 20 minutes ago, and now, well, Lamborghini trying to move out of the way, I think, there of Hargraves, and Hargraves has already committed to the outside. That looked a bit ordinary, but I think that was the Lambo trying to do the right thing and just a bit of a misunderstanding. But yeah, going back to my point there, just shows how slow that Lambo is at the moment, that they were fighting for position on the road 20 minutes ago, and now that Lamborghini is a lap down. Another 2 minute 8 second lap last time through.
Yeah, he's really struggling, isn't he? I don't know whether he might be doing a bit of fuel conservation, but just taking it nice and easy. He's just let all the others, so it's still Shaw. So we're Shaw on the track at the moment. And right on cue, there he is. And in fact, he is the final lap, just been confirmed. So Shaw now will be out on his final lap down there at turn 2. And away he goes. So it's been a pretty fairly dominating performance here from Jackson Shaw.
Certainly
and
has.
we'll bring him all the way home here.
A lot of his competitors, Taunton, as we say, we saw make the mistake at turn 6. Hargraves had the pit stop kerfuffle. Morris has had a couple of wide off-track excursions. Pierce has been nursing the issue home. Crossing has relatively stayed out of trouble along with Vora, but for sure, while many of his rivals have had one mistake or another in this endurance encounter, he has not put a foot wrong. It's been a mark of consistency, still consistently lapping in the 1 minute 52s, and that's why he holds a 7-second lead. But as I say, he's going to be challenged tomorrow, not only by Taunton, but I think he'll be challenged as well by Hargraves, who is also in the 1 minute 50s in terms of fastest lap time. So really looking forward to seeing what the top 3 MARC cars can do tomorrow. But there's no doubt about... the seagull!
The seagull coming in for a hot chip there. Goodness me, what was going on there?
Oh, that was mighty close. Bit of a heart attack moment there for Jackson Shaw with just a couple of corners to go. But he's not deterred, not put off by the low-flying Seagull. He's going to come around the final corner to greet the checkered flag. As you say, a pretty dominant performance in the end. Great performance from Jackson Shaw. He takes race number 1 of MARC Cars Australia here at the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park. A really solid performance from him. Jeff Taunton comes across the line in position number 2, 8.5 seconds behind in the end, and Hargraves not too far behind in third. The top 3 in the end separated by 15 seconds, so really not too much in it in what was a 52-minute encounter. Of course, 50 minutes plus the time added on, so really good racing there between those 3. Looking forward to seeing what they deliver tomorrow. And then the really disappointed Pierce finishing a lap down, and he'll be pretty thankful that the race finished when he did, because look at that behind. Oh no, that's John Morris in fourth. But to be honest, Crossing and Volra were catching at a vast rate of knots, around 7 seconds a lap on Pierce in those closing laps as well. So I think he's got away with one there, Pierce, to come home in 5th. But next couple of cars are going to be coming over the brow of the hill imminently. And that will be Crossing and Volra.
They'll be the last 2 they come. And Crossing to come across the line. And he'll finish up in overall 6th position on track. And actually overall 4th in the MARC car class there.
And Sunhill Volra will finish 3rd in the invitational category. So a podium for him, coming home in position number 7. And those are the results. So Jackson Shaw by 8.6 seconds ahead of Taunton. Hargraves coming home in a well-deserved 3rd. John Morris in 4th, last of the people on the lead lap. Disappointing Mark Pierce in 5th. Watch out for him early on in tomorrow's race ahead of Crossing and Sunhill Volra. Here are what we're looking forward to tomorrow, headlined by 2 Australian Formula 4 Championship races at 10 o'clock and 2:45 local time. But in between that, we got plenty of action. The MGs, XL Masters, Alfa Romeos, prototypes and XL trophies, as well as what we just saw for the second 1 hour MARC Cars and invited race. Great afternoon of racing action here on Blendline TV. It's been a real pleasure for myself, Dan McCarthy, to jump in the commentary box alongside you, Martin and Caro. It's been a good day.
Thank you. It's been a pleasure working with you once again. Dan, we'll see you do it all over again tomorrow, starting at 8:25 local time. So tune in on Blendline TV, of course, via YouTube, of course, and we'll be able to catch all the action, as they say.
Absolutely. We'll be back at just before 8:30 in the morning. We'll catch you then. Have a good evening.
Good afternoon.
currently playing